Okay, good morning everyone. Welcome to the live stream. We are live, and today we've got a whole variety of flights that we're going to do. First off, starting here in Rome, Ciampino Airport, and flying right the way throughout Italy really. So it's going to be a fun day. The schedule is in the description if you'd like to see where we're going and what time. So yeah, it'd be great to have you all on board. We've got a little bit of ATC on right now. We've got our clearance and just about ready to go. So we'll be getting pushed back in just a second. Just going to get the APU started and ready for our first flight. Our first flight for this afternoon is Ryanair flight FR4802 from Rome Ciampino to Cagliari. Estimated flight time is 1 hour 5 minutes. Cruising altitude is going to be 29,000 feet. Our route takes us out of Rome, heading west. We'll then continue over the direction over the Tyrrhenian Sea toward Cagliari, and the weather there at the moment is temperature of 17 degrees with a few thunder showers in the vicinity and a few clouds, but overall it's not looking too bad. So yeah, we expect to be underway in about another 4 or 5 minutes. We're just going to get pushed back and be on our way in a minute. Michael Forbes, good morning mate, how are you doing? Lovely to have you on board. You got a cup of tea as well? Well prepared man, well prepared. Ryanair 1 Charlie stand 202, request push and start.
Current 1 Charlie, push and start, proof is in North QNH 1015.
Push and start, proof is in North QNH 1015, Ryanair 1 Charlie. Can't break off, beacons on, push back. Engine start sequence 2 to 1, start number 2. I'll put the flight information for all of you so you can see the flight information at the top of the screen. And like I say, hopefully today we should manage to run on schedule. And also just want to check everyone can hear me alright. Audio's okay, voice is okay. Just I don't want a live stream where nobody can hear anything. You got biscuits? Oh, nice. I'm good, thanks mate, yeah, good. A little bit tired, but can't honestly complain. Aberdeen, hello mate, Spitfire F100, welcome on board, lovely to have you on the live stream. How are you both doing this morning? Okay, good start number 2, start number 1. So we've got an extensive route map for today. We've got 6 flights planned, and it'll take us from here right the way across to Sardinia, to Corsica, no, Sardinia, and then down to Sicily, and then Sicily across to the centre of Italy, and then down to the south, and then we'll end eventually tonight in Milan. So that's the idea. 6 flights. Should be a lot of fun. Flight control test, full left, full right. Yeah, well, hello, welcome on board. How are you doing, mate? Ryanair 1 Charlie, request taxi.
Ryanair 1 Charlie, taxi to holding point Alpha Alpha runway 15 by Alpha, thank you.
Taxi holding point Alpha Alpha, fire Alpha, Ryanair 1 Charlie.
Welcome on board this Ryanair flight.
Full
May we
takeoff
have your
checklist.
attention while we point out some of the safety features on this Boeing 737-800 aircraft. Please remove headphones during this demonstration. There are 8 emergency exits, each marked with a red exit sign. You will pass markings along the cabin aisle with an illumination darkness and guide you to the nearest exit in an emergency. There are 4 main doors, 2 at the front of the cabin, 1 left and
Doing
1
well,
right,
thanks, Ewan,
and 2
doing
at the
well,
rear of the cabin, 1 left and 1 right. There are 4 overwing exits in the center of the cabin, 2 left and 2 right. Please note the nearest exit to you, which may be behind you. To fasten your seatbelt, insert the metal end into the buckle. To secure, pull on the loose end of the strap, and to open, lift the buckle
Must be
cover.
tending to his sheep. What do you like, Michael? What do you like? Can it take you anywhere, mate? Config checked, recall is checked. Flight controls checked, flaps 5, green light. Snapchat 5.1, takeoff briefing reviewed. Cabin, just waiting for the cabin.
Adults traveling with young children, please attend to your own mask first.
Don't forget to leave a like on the live stream, please, folks. It really does help the live stream. I can't stress that enough, so please do hit the thumbs up. Like Tesco says, every little helps.
Clip at the front and secure as the crew allow demonstration. To inflate the life jacket, pull down sharply on the red toggle. There is a mouthpiece for further inflation or deflation and a light to attract attention. Do not inflate your life jacket inside the cabin, as to do so will impede your exit. Further information may be found on the safety card, which is displayed within the area you are seated. Your captain invites you to read this card carefully before departure. Please now ensure that your seatbelt is securely fastened. Tray table is in the upright and locked position. Armrests down and
Ryanair 1 Charlie, Alpha Alpha 1.
We recommend for your comfort and safety.
Ryanair 1 Charlie, the first available, so mind you go much this way. Thank you for flying by.
Unicom 122 decimal, Ryanair 1 Charlie, thanks, bye.
Portable electronic devices such as tablets and mobile phones in flight mode may be used throughout the flight. Please select flight mode now. Laptops must be stowed in cabin baggage under the seat in front of you or in
Champino
the
traffic, Ryanair 1 Charlie, lining up runway 15.
and landing. We would like to remind you that smoking is not permitted. Thank you for your attention. Please sit back, relax, and enjoy your flight.
Hey, Neil Hubbard, hello mate, how are you doing? Okay, we've got left clear, got right clear, lighting up 1-5. Start switch is continuous, MCP set, transponder, TARA, landing strobe lights are on, before takeoff checklist complete, and clear for takeoff runway 15. Right, here we go. On time departure. Locks. Toga. Power 7. 80 knots checked.
V1.
V1.
Rotate. V2.
Positive. Euro. feet, right hand turn out. Flaps 2. Command Alpha. Flaps up. Speed check. LNAV and level change. Climb flight level 290. Well, we got out of there on time, bang on 12 o'clock. Quite a fair bit of cloud just on the climb out. Oh, you had your job on Friday, Michael. Nice one, mate. Excellent. 6,000 feet, transition altitude, pressure set standard. Have you had any after effects, or are you okay? I know a lot of people have had side effects and stuff. Nothing major, you know, it's just made them feel a little bit rubbish for a couple of days. But, yeah. Proceeding direct to Torley. Elna. Landing lights on, seatbelt signs on. After takeoff checklist, air conditioning and pressurization is set, start switches off, landing gear up and off, auto brake off, flaps up, no lights, altimeter set to standard, after takeoff checklist complete. Tired, had a sore arm, nothing, not bearable. That's good, mate, that's good. That seems to be the most common thing, people having a sore arm and just feeling a bit rubbish for a day or two, but overall it's pretty good. I was just talking to one lass yesterday in Alec, and she was saying how she'd had a bit of a nasty reaction to it, but the thing I don't get is that she'd had like a cold and flu for about 2 weeks beforehand, and she then perked up for about a week, and then she went and got a COVID jab, and she was then back in bed for another week after that. But she's now fine, but like, I'd have thought maybe give it a little bit longer after you'd already been ill, but I hope so, Neil, I hope so. Although, you know, it's our route out of this, but it makes you wonder what's next. These medical experts are already saying, oh, there's going to be a flu epidemic this winter again, and this, that and the other, and, like any normal year. But we'll see. See how it goes. Hopefully eases things off anyway. We shall see. Split screen. You can't beat split screen Spitfire, that is a fact. Right, let's get the information for our arrival. Take the vRYR DME approach for runway 14. .4, that's a Cagliari vRYR, we've already got that. Ah, right, interesting, Michael, interesting. Oh, definitely, yeah, definitely. Like I say, let's just hope it all gets rolled out very quickly. I mean, it's nice to see it, you know, being rolled out so widely, which is fantastic. So hopefully that continues. Let's have a look at decision altitude. Decision altitude is 570. QNH is going to be 1012. QNH 1012. Surface winds 17010. Alternate is going to be Lima India Alpha. Weather in Cagliari right now wasn't too bad when we left. There's a few thunderstorms on the approach that we might have to be wary of, but apart from that, it's looking okay. You managed to poke yourself in the eye with said lever while you were waiting, so I had a jab with a watery eye. Oh dear. 2 jabs for the price of 1, eh? That's called value for money. So let's see how we're doing on the schedule side. Estimated time of arrival is 12:51. Scheduled time of arrival is 1:05. So looking to arrive about 10 minutes early so far, which is great. That's despite having a headwind as well. So awesome. Get the descent information. Descent information. All of the flights, the 6 flights that we do today are fairly short, so I think the longest flight is going to be later on tonight from Lamezia to Milan, which is about an hour and 20, an hour and 30 roughly. So that's probably going to be the longest flight we do today. Apart from that, they're all short haul. So look, 27413. 7010 minus 30. Hey, Josh. Good morning, mate. How are you doing? How's life in the Bahamas now? Bit different to before. Hope you're keeping well, mate. It's lovely to have you on board. We've just departed Rome Ciampino Airport and awesome, Alan's going to be on in a sec. Yeah, we've just departed Rome Ciampino Airport on our way to Cagliari, and yeah, like I've just been saying, pretty much all of our flights today are an hour and 15, an hour and 20, an hour and 35, but yeah, it's not many long flights today at all. Cold, dear me. Yeah, well, I'm not going to lie, mate. It's cold across here in the northeast as well. I mean, it's not freezing by any means, but I've got two thick jumpers on, and I'm just about an okay temperature at the moment. Oh, winter is still here. Cannot wait for the summer months, honestly. Lots of men cry when having injections. Dear. Do you know what? Funny enough, I'm okay with needles, to be honest with you. I've always been okay with needles. 19 degrees! Oh man, that sounds tropical. That really... Do you know what temperature... Right. I have literally just said to you that it's cold here, okay? And it is not cold in terms of air temperature by any means. At the moment, it's reading 14 degrees outside, and yet I'm still freezing, so... yeah. The annoying thing here is, though, is that we always get the, well, in the northeast anyway, we get the... it's a very damp kind of cold, because obviously we get, you know, what the Atlantic throws, so that hits the west coast, and then we end up with all the nice damp cold side of things. Even though, you know, you can have a bit of a mix and match in terms of the weather, but it's not the greatest. I have found, right, this is how daft it is. I've found myself at Newcastle Airport when it's been, say, a couple of degrees, and with the wind chill factor. And with the wind chill factor, you know, it might have only been a couple of degrees, but it's felt freezing. And yet, in comparison, I've been to, say, Oslo, you know, minus 12, minus 14 degrees, and it doesn't feel as cold, because the cold is not a damp cold, it's a dry cold. So, yeah, it's kind of funny how it works. I had a mate. Hello, Alan. How you doing? Great to have you with us, mate. Hope you keep well. 19 degrees, you'd be in shorts and t-shirts. I'd probably say, yeah, mate. The thing is, if you've got the sunshine and no wind with it, then it is nice. Yeah, what I was going to say, I had a couple of mates come down from Norway. One of them is an air traffic controller in the north of Norway. He came and visited us in the northeast, and we went plane spotting, and to me it wasn't that cold of a day. It was maybe 6 to 8 degrees, and this was in January a few years ago. And he came over, and let's face it, he's in the north of Norway, a lot further north than we are in the northeast, and yet he was absolutely freezing cold across here, and yet it was warmer than, you know, on temperature terms, it was warmer than where he was up in Norway before he went back home, and they were freezing. And again, it's just that damp, horrible cold that we have. So yeah, anyway, that's my rant over of the weather. Moving on now to the BBC News at 20 past 12, something like that. You're in a fleece and a beanie, dear me. You promised you wouldn't tell. To be honest, Spitfire F100, I know you say shorts and t-shirt. I've found myself in Tenerife when it's been 25 degrees and the wind's been blowing at 30 miles an hour, and it is actually cold enough to put a jumper on. So it's funny how it works. It is funny how it works. It's amazing how wind chill and everything else plays a factor. You doing good? Excellent, Alan. Excellent. You got a busy day, or not much happening? I was meant to be going to work, but had some early rain. Amazingly, it's actually dried up now, but there's still a few heavy rain showers here and there, so I'm just having a quiet day off. Oh dear me. I did try and have a lie-in this morning, but in this house it never works. Never works at all. The furthest you get is 9:30, and then everyone's out and about doing all sorts, but yeah. Not to worry. Got a few thunder showers and bits of rain. What Let's have a look. Apparently there's a wildcat due at Newcastle Airport. That's not a lot of help to me because I can't go down. You got a free day. Awesome, mate. Awesome. We call that summer here, Michael. You're not far wrong actually there, mate. Not far wrong at all. Just been looking on Flight Radar 24, and interestingly, just descending into Cagliari at the moment is an Italian Army Dornier 228 MM62158 delivered in January. Well, actually, not necessarily delivered, but it first flew in January 1992. So that's an interesting one. The Italian Air Force and Army operate an interesting mix of aircraft and stuff. It's yeah. I've just realised I've been pressing the wrong push to talk button. I've just realised I've been pressing the tab icon. My bad. I was just saying we've got cumulonimbus cloud just around us and a few thunder showers, but overall we should be alright. We've got 100 miles to go to the Cagliari VOR. Like I said, this is going to be a VOR DME approach to the airport, so it should be fun. I just honestly, I cannot wait till when we get to fly again. It's hopefully in the not too distant future. Way, Nicholas, guess who's on a day off? Happy days, man. How are you doing? It's lovely to have you on board. Well, I was just saying, mate, that I was meant to go to work to do some gardening today, Nick, but unfortunately it was raining earlier, and yet now the sun's come out and it's dried up, but there's a few showers lingering around, so I've decided, seeing as I haven't done any flights for the last week, let's do 6 in one day. Why not? Alitalia is becoming ITA. Cutting the name too, I know. It's mental, isn't it? It's absolutely mental. I don't know if anyone saw as well, Lufthansa is going to basically replace all of the A380s and the Airbus A340-600s with 787-9 Dreamliners. And it made me wonder, you know how Norwegian have just got rid of their fleet of Dreamliners, whether or not some of them could end up with Lufthansa. I mean, they do have new ones on order, but some of the ones Norwegian haven't even flown yet, and are just sitting there waiting to be delivered. So I wonder if we could see them going to Lufthansa. That'd be interesting. But the Alitalia story, Michael, is just never ending. It's you talk about the Italian job, the film, the Italian story, or the Alitalia story is just incredibile. Never seems to end either. I was just reading an old an old edition of my Airliner World magazine, and it was on about the Etihad Alitalia tie-up in 2013-14, and I can still, even now, remember reading that article thinking, that's going to be fun, isn't it? And yet now you look back and you think, wow, that was it was pretty ambitious, but it was pretty stupid at the same time, so yeah. You're setting up for oh man, Alaska, some Anchorage to KM. I'm trying my best not to Google this. KMSP Minneapolis. Is that right? MSP Minneapolis, I think, isn't it? Pank to Anchorage and KMSP. 4 hours 50 on a 739. Nice one, all. Very nice. Yeah, it could be. EG, hello, welcome to the live stream. See the news about Department of Transport proven? No, I haven't seen that. No, let me just have a look on. Let me just have a quick look on Twitter. Yeah, the airline that refuses to die, that's the one. I'm just having a look on Twitter now to see. Let's have a look. East Midlands Managing Director, Stansted Airport. Politics Live, not interested in that. Berlin Brandenburg is to become a new Eurowings base. Cool. Very cool. Here, Lingus. Can't wait to see Aer Lingus at Manchester. I mean, let's face it, it does, you know, it needs to happen. The airport's lost out on so many routes recently, you know, with everything. Oh yeah, here we are. Aer Lingus Manchester to US gets tentative green light from the Department of Transport, DOT. That's fantastic news. That's really good news. This is the one funny thing that's happened in the last year or two, because there's been so much doom and gloom spread about, you know, post leaving the European Union and so on, and the fallout and this, that and the other, and I think this pandemic's really knocked a lot of that on the head and made people sit upright and say, well, actually, you know, things could be a lot worse. But what's really intrigued me is you've got the likes of Ryanair, who is trying to come up with a way of either increasing its UK registered aircraft to further expand in the future, which they're going to need to do. And then you've got the likes of Aer Lingus, who, let's face it, Aer Lingus have known what the score is from day one, and yet they're still pushing ahead with plans to open a base at Manchester, which, you know, I reckon they will do well with. There is demand, and the demand's been proven there for years. But not just that, you've got Aer Lingus, you've got loads of other airlines, and then the other day Eurowings announced for the first time that they're expanding out of the German market into the UK. So they'll be using Airbus A320s from Palma de Mallorca to Birmingham, and is it Manchester as well? Can't remember, is it? You know, someone like Eurowings as well, pretty much wholly owned and backed by Lufthansa. You know, why would they see the need to expand into the UK if there was no market? It's really, really interesting. I'm not being political. I'm just saying how it amazes me, even compared to what people said was going to happen, what's actually turning out. So yeah, it's really, really interesting. The vaccination, yeah, the vaccination's going well, mate. It's that is true. That is true. It's amazing. It's amazing now, because even some of the ones in my own family have now had the jab, and you know, in the, well, I'd say they're middle age and that. And, it's kind of funny just to see it all being done. So yeah, it's credit where credit's due. But yeah, it's just in terms of the travelling and flying side. I'll be very interested to see if we're able to travel again at the end of this year, and how also you prove that you've had the vaccine. A lot of people make a big song and dance about vaccine passports, and whether they should be allowed, or whether they're right, or whether they're wrong. But you know, if it means that you're able to travel, if it means you're able to go to other countries, then you know, why not? At the end of the day, it's a small price to pay. You know, even let's face it, if you fly to another country, you don't withhold your passport based on your identity, do you? You don't withhold your passport saying, well, I value my right to privacy and my right to protect my identity, so I'm not going to show you my passport. So why should you be any different with saying, right, well, I've had the vaccine, or I haven't? You know, it's I think especially, you know, for now, it's something very, very small. Very, very small. Even the Germans are jealous. Yeah, that is true. Oh dear. No, it's true. I mean, you know, and let's face it, that whole campaign to inoculate as many as possible is going to continue. And I mean, what amazes me is I've got friends up in Shetland, and also friends on the west coast of Scotland, and they've all had theirs, you know, which to me is hilarious. It's kind of, you know, the distribution side is amazing. It's fascinating, really. None of your German family have had it. Oh dear. No, that is not good. That is, oh sorry, no, that is nein good. Yeah. Let's have a look. Need to continue descent. We'll continue our descent down to flight level 100. So this arrival takes us down and then back up, just to avoid the terrain. Yeah, exactly, Nick. Yeah, exactly. Tattoo your forehead with a V. Yeah, man, I wouldn't go that far. I wouldn't go that far. But, yeah, man. No, but absolutely, let's face it, you know, let's face it, it's something very, very small, and, you know, I don't see why you wouldn't want to prove that you'd had it if you want to get away somewhere, you know, I don't get why people create such an issue out of it. 44%, yeah, Tayside thing. You don't know about England, not interested. Thanks, love you too. Hey dear. But no, it's good to see it all being rolled out at least, so hopefully this summer will look a lot different to last year anyway. Right, we've got flap speeds, V speeds anyway. You put an English flag and it went black. Oh, right, okay. Right, generate the next flight plan. Cagliari to Brindisi. Oops, I just clicked on the wrong one. Don't want that one because I want to see the charts. Runway 14, expect to vacate via Charlie Delta. Actually, just had a little thought. I can't remember what stand we're meant to be using. FR4802. FR4802. I know you are, mate. I know that underlying love is still there, mate. I know that underlying love's still there. Dear. Right, Cagliari. So the flight yesterday from Roma Ciampino went on to stand 20. So we will go to stand 20. I don't think YouTube allows flags in the chat. Community centre near you starting vaccinations. Nice to see you all. Yeah, it's good, mate. It's good. I mean, a lot here likes my granddad, and ones in their 70s and 80s have already had theirs ages ago. It feels like now, and now it's kind of my dad's generation and younger, so sort of 60s, 50s. They're all getting done now, and then hopefully by the end of this month, beginning of next month, it'll move down into the 40s and then the 30s, and then it'll be my turn. Woohoo! In like 3 months' time. But, yeah, it's good to see it happening. It's really good. I think just even the general uptake of people having it too, which is nice. I think unfortunately there's still a lot of fear mongering, and people saying, oh, what if, and what about this, and what about that, and yet in general all the stats and that show, you know, that the mass majority of people are taking it up. So, you know, those who are supposedly against it and whatnot are really and truly in the minority. So, Yeah. Let's try Scotland. All I can see is these wee black flags appearing. Oh dear. They must only recognise UN countries, aye. Ireland doesn't work. Ireland, doesn't it? Just shows as IE. There's some signs that work. Those signs work at least. Just reading another connection from Teesside, direct to Bristol. Yes, aye, that's right, mate. It's basically going to replace the direct Bristol Aberdeen flight, and Ireland works here. You see it, does it? Let me just have a look on my mobile phone, because I'm using my laptop to look at all your comments, so let me just check on my phone and see what it... Oh yeah, it does! How crazy is that? Yeah, Iceland's showing, Cyprus is showing. And yet it doesn't like the UK flag. Eee. Oh no, actually no, Alan, I can see yours. Alan, Scott, you put it. I think it might just be dependent on... That's cool. Depends what you're watching on, because on my laptop they all show as black flags, and yet on my phone they do show as actual flags. So there you go. Yeah, the Bristol Teesside service is just to replace the Bristol Aberdeen flight. So basically, instead of one flight from Bristol Aberdeen, it'll now go Bristol Teesside, Teesside Aberdeen, Aberdeen Teesside, Teesside Bristol, and it just saves an extra aircraft and an extra crew, really. So, yeah. Right, transition altitude, QNH 1012. You were trying England, alright, okay. I don't think the England one would work. I think it all comes into the UK with that one, so, yeah. Just a suggestion. Right, heading to 0 degrees. Speed brake is armed. Correction, speed brake is deployed. Yeah, I think that's what it'll be, Michael, yeah. I think that's what it'll be, mate. It's the same with Cyprus, that you don't have a separate one for, you know, the Turkish side. You don't have a separate one for the Cypriot side, so for the Greek side even, not the Cypriot side. So yeah, I think that's the case, man. Yeah. Okay, descending to 3,000 feet. Bit of low cloud and weather here and there, but nothing too major. Right, 3,000 feet. Glide path is 3.07 degrees glide path. Lovely. flaps 1, speed checked. Flaps 5, speed checked. Why have there been so many RAF planes? Well, there's no civilian ones, so it's a great chance to do an exercise and train and so on, and do all of that without interrupting any civilian traffic. That's the whole reason why.
2500.
2500's checked. All the way down to 500 now. Flaps 10. Clamps 10. Now we'll ease off on the speed right now. Spoilers. Spoilers armed. Same reason they've been using Glasgow. They've been exercising out of Glasgow for the last week, using Apaches and Hercules and all sorts. So, yeah, really good chance to do all that without interrupting anybody. Right, we've got visual and oh, hang on, we're just going into we just suddenly went into IMC there. Whoa, doing it again. Gear down.
One thousand.
Cabin crew, cease for landing.
Plus 100.
We've got a slight crosswind just coming at us from the right hand side.
Minimums.
Minimums landing.
$50, $40, $30, $20, $10.
Please remain seated in the seatbelt fastened until the aircraft has come to a complete stop. The fasten seatbelt sign has been switched off for you, and the main doors at the front have been opened. Please be careful if you open your head lockers. Items of your carry-on luggage may have moved during the flight. Fall out and consider it. If you smoke, please so until you reach a designated smoking area outside the terminal building. If you're seeking car hire, we guarantee you the lowest prices online. If you find it cheaper anywhere
There
else,
we go,
we will
folks.
refund you
Welcome
double
to
difference.
Cagliari.
For more offers, new routes, hotel accommodation, business class, Ryanair holidays, please check us on Ryanair.com.
And we've landed about 13 minutes ahead of schedule. 326. Oof.
It's been a pleasure taking care of you, and we hope to see you very soon in another Ryanair flight. Wishing you a safe homeward journey.
Oh, that isn't good, Alan. Not good at all, dear me. Right, stand 2-0. No, it's not police helicopters. We've had a lot of RAF Apaches and everything working up here over the past week or two, Michael. So I've had them over my house as well. Been quite cool to see. Right, well, that's the stand we're meant to be on. For some reason I've taken the inner one. Yeah, the land gear works, you're not kidding there. Right, we're going to do a quick 180 and then come back onto the stand, so we're taking the inner one by accident. For some reason this scenery has an inner line when it on the chart it doesn't, so we're just going to quickly do 180 loop and then come straight back on the stand. Yeah, land gear works, exactly. Cabin crew, disarm doors and slide to arrival. Ladies and gents, welcome to Cagliari. Let's get the ground power unit set and get ready for the next flight to somewhere. I can't remember where now. What was our touchdown? Minus 338. Oof. Flight plan filed successfully. Let's get the next one sorted. 6609. Payload is 57.4. Next flight's to Brindisi. Change all the information for you. Oh, that's the one thing I forgot to do. I forgot to generate a sim brief plan. Just need to quickly generate this plan, folks, and then we'll be good to go. Use current time. Brindisi, that's the one. Yep. Thank you, Michael. I need you as my first officer, or else I get all muddled up. Did land in Barcelona with a Transavia 738 and you got a 146. Very nice. Very, very nice indeed. Right, generate flight plan. Flight plan's generating. Let's get the Ryanair Pegasus system going.
Ryanair. Low fares, made simple.
Let's get set up for the next flight. Flight plans exported. There we go.
Ryanair. Low fares, made simple. Ryanair. Low fares made simple.
Hey, Paul Eddy. Hello, mate. Yeah, doing good, thanks. How are you doing? Just getting set up for our next flight from Cagliari to Brindisi, and yeah, we'll be heading off in the next 15 minutes. 126, that's very smooth indeed, yeah, very, very smooth. Nice one. Off work for 2 days. Nice one, mate. Nice one. Okay folks, a very good afternoon to each and every one of you. It's lovely to have everyone on board again for our next leg from Cagliari to Brindisi in Italy. So our flight time is going to be roughly 1 hour and 20 minutes from here to Brindisi. Our route takes us out from Cagliari, first of all heading to the south before we'll make a left turn heading east over the Tyrrhenian Sea. We'll pass to the north of Sicily, north of Palermo. We'll then make a left turn heading up toward Naples. We'll then pass over Naples before continuing east through Italy, just to the north of Taranto, beginning our descent over Potenza, and then pretty much a straight in approach into Brindisi. The weather across there at the moment is temperature of 13 degrees, a few clouds here and there, with light easterly winds. Like I say, estimated flight time is going to be 1 hour and 20 minutes at a cruising altitude of 38,000 feet. Robert Hadfield, good afternoon, mate. How are you doing? Lovely to have you on board. Are you getting ready for work, mate? No worries. Lovely of you to drop by. So that's our flight plan to Brindisi. We expect to be pushing back in approximately another 10 minutes from now, and then we'll all be good to go. All of you who have joined the live stream, if you want to know what time we're expecting to arrive and what time we're expecting to depart, please do check the description, as the schedule is all in there. And I've just noticed I've made a bit of a boo-boo. I have put the wrong flight time I have put the wrong flight time for our next flight, which is going to push everything back an hour. I don't quite know how I managed to do that. 16:45. So I'm just amending the schedule, folks, because I managed to miss out putting. I put 1:30 to 2:05 instead of 3:05, so we've kind of yeah, we've kind of lost a bit of an hour. Yeah, roughly an hour there. Okay then. Let me just make these these final changes. And then we should be good to go. There we go. I've added an extra hour on, so that's all sorted. Lovely. Sorry about that, folks. I don't quite know how I managed to do that, but I did. Anyway, I am just going to quickly nip to the loo. Just need to make sure we've got the alternate airport in. Our alternate's going to be Naples, Lima, India, Romeo, November. Anyway, I'm just going to get a quick bite to eat and nip to the loo. I'll just be 2 minutes. Right folks, it's time to push back for FR 8970 to Brindisi. All set up and ready to go. And we'll get pushback now.
And ground, cockpit.
Go ahead, Captain.
We're all set to go up here. We've been cleared to push and start at your discretion.
Roger that, ready for push. Power and air are clear, doors closed. We are ready for pushback. Please parking brake, please.
Okay, parking brake is off, cleared to push.
Brakes off, here we go.
Okay, just pushing back now. Okay, good start engine number 2, start number 1. Fuel in. Brought a company. Oh dear. Ah, that's not good at all, Michael. There's so many that do it as well. It's unbelievable. I was just watching one video the other day of this building firm, and they just went. They were just dumping the bricks and mortar and all sorts just on this lovely country lane. It's absolutely crazy. Mind, I do think, you know, speaking as someone who's done a lot of jobs like that, I do think it's outrageous the council won't a lot of the time taken, even if you pay for a permit, which is outrageous. Right, there we go, bleeds all done. Right, taxiing to Holden Point, runway 14. Yeah, it is, it's to save commercial waste charges, but then at the same time, even if you pay for a permit, they've become so picky about what they'll let you dispose of. It's unreal. And yet they're supposed to encourage recycling.
On this Boeing 737-800 aircraft. Please remove headphones during this demonstration. There are 8 emergency exits, each marked with a red exit sign. Footpath markings along the cabin aisle will illuminate in darkness and guide you to the nearest exit in an emergency. There are 4 main doors, 2 at the front of the cabin, 1 left and 1 right, and 2 at the rear of the cabin, 1 left and 1 right. There are 4 overwing exits in the center of the cabin, 2 left and 2 right. Please note the nearest exit to you, which may be behind you. To fasten your seatbelt, insert the metal end into the buckle. To secure, pull on the loose end of the strap, and to open, lift the buckle cover. In the event of a sudden loss of cabin pressure, individual oxygen masks will drop automatically from the panel above your head. If this happens, remain seated. Pull down firmly on the mask to start the flow of oxygen. Place the mask over your nose and mouth and breathe normally. Don't worry if the bag does not inflate. Oxygen is flowing. To secure the mask, pull one end of the strap. Adults traveling with young children, please attend to your own mask first. Your life jacket is stowed in a pocket beneath your seat or in the panel above your head. In the unlikely event of landing in water, remove the jacket
Before
from its
takeoff
packet and place
checklist.
it
Config
over your head.
checked.
Bring the strap around your
Recall
waist,
checked.
clip at the front, and secure as the crew and I demonstrated. To inflate the life jacket, pull down sharply on the red toggle. There is a mouthpiece for further inflation or deflation and a light to attract attention. Do not inflate your life jacket inside the cabin, as to do so will impede your exit. Further information may be found on the safety card, which is displayed within the area you are seated. Your captain invites you to read this card carefully before departure. Please now ensure that your seatbelt is securely fastened, tray table is in the upright and locked position, armrests down and window blinds open. We recommend
Config checked, recall checked, flight controls checked, flaps 5, green light checked, stab trim. 512 set, takeoff briefing reviewed, cabin secure, just about. What you like, mate, what you like. Landing line.
Or in the overhead locker for taxi, takeoff and landing. We would like to remind you that smoking is not permitted. Thank you for your attention. Please sit back, relax, and enjoy your flight.
Cabin crew seats for departure. Cagliari, traffic, Ryanair, 8970 departing runway 14. Here we go. Toga. And another on-time departure, 1:30. Right. Thrust set. 80 knots, checked.
V1.
V1.
Rotate. V2.
Positive rate. Gear up. That's a beauty when you have a day off, mate. You can just laze about and not even change from your BJs all day. Best life. Flaps 2, speed check. Flaps 1, speed check. Command Alpha. Flaps up. Speed checked. Hello Elias, welcome to the live stream. Nice to have you on board. Right, speed 240 knots. Climbing flight level 380. and approaching the transition altitude. Transition altitude, pressure set, standard, go. Let's climb out from Cagliari up to 38,000 feet. After takeoff checklist, air conditioning and pressurization set, start switches off, landing gear open off, auto brake off, flaps up, no lights, altimeter set to standard. After takeoff checklist is complete. Hey, Jamie Hayden, hello mate. Yeah, busy day. Just got six flights planned for the day. So got first off we've done Rome Ciampino to Cagliari, and now we're doing Cagliari to Brindisi. Brindisi to Palermo, Palermo to Perugia, Perugia to Lamezia, and then Lamezia to Milan, Bergamo. So that's the plan for today, just little short hops really, here and there, so yeah, pretty good. Pretty good overall. Just going to get the arrival information for our landing into Brindisi. 1, 3, 4. trying, the mouse yoke's enabled itself again, so I'm trying to do this without stalling the aircraft, so bear with us folks, bear with us. Oh, managed to dodge that bullet, dear me. I don't use the mouse yoke, no. Just for panning around, obviously, for looking around the cockpit. So usually, just have a look around the cockpit, you use spacebar. And then that just enables you to look around the cockpit. Sometimes it's very easily to accidentally enable mouse yoke, and then that creates problems because it then affects your yoke, so yeah. You couldn't pick up the registration of the van. You're joking. Brought it to the housing to pick up. That's a pain, that mate. It's a real pain. Well, unfortunately there's nothing more you can do. At the end of the day, you've got the evidence there, but if you've got no registration or proof like that, then it's not much else you can do, unfortunately. Back to the stream. Hey, well, we've got about an hour and 10 minutes till we land. So, for some reason, the generated flight plan the Virtual Ryanair gave me was cruising altitude of 30,000 feet. But when I played it back on Flight Radar 24, the real world flight quite often just goes to straight up to 38,000 feet. So with our performance, there's no reason for us not to cruise that little bit higher. So I've just set flight level 380, and yeah, should all be good. That's annoying. Callum on Twitter just put that he was doing 4 sectors in the UK for EasyJet until his simulator decided to crash. That's a pain. I can still remember doing a fair few sectors for British Airways and that, and sometimes you'd struggle maybe just to do 4 sectors in the Aerosoft because it was quite intensive on your whole setup and that. Has everyone seen the Ryanair converted 737-800 has been converted to freight? I'll send you all the photograph on here if I can. Let's have a look. Oh yeah, here we are. Yeah, exactly. That's all you can do. That's all you can do, mate. trying to share this tweet with all of you, but oh, actually, I tell you what, I'll send it to you all in. I'll send it to all of you in WhatsApp. Here we go. Have a look. Feast your eyes on this. And I've got a really funny story. If you have a look on WhatsApp, you'll see a photo of Ryanair's 737-800 Echo India Delta Lima Oscar, and that's the same 737-800 which I flew on. That's the same one I flew on to between Porto and Edinburgh, and the day I flew on that 737-800 was the fastest ever flight between Edinburgh and between Porto and Edinburgh. 1 hour 57 minutes, average speed 565 ground speed. That was the average, cruising at 28,000 feet, as I say. And yeah, it's hard to believe it'll be 3 years ago next year since I flew on that same aircraft, but now that's a freighter, so yeah, pretty cool, eh? Pretty cool. Michael, you just asked, is it pretty cheap to convert? It seems to be a lot cheaper to convert them at the moment because there's a massive glut of ex-commercial 737-800s and the A321s, and the P2F program, the passenger to freight program, was basically set up to convert loads of ex-commercial passenger aircraft into freighters, and there's a massive demand for them. And so I know likes of in China, they've really been rattling through with the conversions and that, so it's quite big business at the moment, to be honest. Yeah, they don't bother about the small stuff at the end of the day, mate. When it comes to flight, even I know even likes of living locally in a rural area, the police barely care about you know, youths being antisocial and you know, and throwing stones and rocks at a building as they did about 4 years ago. And I rang the police and said, listen, this is what's happening. There's a group of youths who have all got stones. They're trying to break into a building. Phoned them. Police response was 45 minutes later, in which time the youths had jumped in their white Corsa and driven off. And you think, well, you couldn't even be bothered about that. So yeah, just unfortunately the society we live in. No worries, mate. No worries. I like I like things like that, especially when it all relates to aircraft which, you know, a lot of us would fly on, and things like that I find quite interesting. But, yeah. To most people, all they see is a Ryanair aeroplane, or they see a Ryanair livery, or a British Airways livery, or an EasyJet livery, or, you know, something very common, something that we see regularly that you don't sort of think twice of. And yet, what I see is I look at the registration, I look at the details, I like the history, you know. And then as years go by and those aircraft enter different avenues of flying, whatever they may be, then, you know, obviously they've got that little bit of history as well, which is unique. So there are lots of things which I find interesting like that not everyone else necessarily does. Basically, some very unsavoury people came and dumped a whole load of stuff around where he is, Alan. So yeah, fly tipping essentially. But the only downside is, as Michael probably tell you himself in the chat, is he didn't manage to get the registration, unfortunately. So it's a bit of a pain. Well, yeah, to be honest, Michael, I don't even think cuts to the police has anything to do with it, to be quite honest. Up here, anyway, you know, like yesterday, I went in, hang on, what day is it? Was it yesterday? Yeah, it was yesterday. Yesterday I had a gardening job to finish, and I went into, I finished my gardening job, loaded up 2 dumpy bags, went to go and drop them off at the tip. And on my way to Alnwick, I saw 2 police cars just in my local area, and on my way back I saw 3. And there's always plenty around, and I don't even think it's a shortage, to be quite honest. I think it's, you know, quite honestly, if I phoned and said, right, you know, there's somebody attacking me, I think the response might be totally different. Or if it was they were attacking someone else, I think unless there's any aggravating circumstances or things like that that deem it to be a serious crime, then they're not really so bothered. And I know this, having spoken to them, in as much as smaller or lesser offences, ones where it's hard to collect evidence, ones where it's hard to put together a case. And you know, you can have 2,000 police officers, but let's face it, if each and every one of them only, you know, is worried about the paperwork to put together a case, you know, it's unfortunately that's where crime gets out of hand. That, yeah, your serious crime might be fallen somewhat, but crime itself doesn't. It's one of those things. Anyway, that's my run. Well, we're 23 minutes into the flight, and we'll be descending in 16 minutes. You know, I'll give you a little experience. When I was growing up on the farm, we had a situation years ago where there was a person who lived in one of the end cottages who had some mates who he owed money to, who came hammering on the door, and the hammering turned into the use of actual weapons to try and get in. And this was at 2 o'clock in the morning, and despite phoning the police and saying, hang on, you know, we didn't know who they were and what they were there for, they were hammering and banging on the door. Listen, there's some individuals trying to break into the end cottage. You know, need you to come and see this. Now, the police, from where the farm was, the police station is less than 2 miles away, right? And the police handler basically said, oh, have you gone out to see what they want? Like, these are two individuals in the black dark of night who are hammering on a door trying to break into a place. And you really think I'm going to go outside and say, oh, excuse me, is there any reason why you've got a hammer and are trying to break into this? You know, I mean, what idiot is going to go and do that? Now, if I personally go and try and confront those individuals and deal with it, then I'm the one in the wrong, because that's not my prerogative. So it's like, you know, where is this? It's a joke. But anyway, like I say, rant over. Same when there were kids on your roof. I used to live in the city centre on a Saturday night, and here we used to blast this music for police said they'd come out if they have anyone free. The town centre's full. Aye, exactly. Yeah, exactly. That's a town centre situation, precisely. And yet, like I say, in our area, you see them milling about and buzzing about, and yet the actual times when you think, hang on a sec, need some backup here, and there's no, oh, sorry, too busy. That instant, the first instant I just made mention of, they did actually send 2 officers out, not even in a police car, in a police van, and they came up and, you know, they weren't pretty much the slightest bit interested, and I gave them all the details and everything that I had, and never heard anything of it. But that's there's nothing you can do. There's nothing you can do at all. And like I say, you try taking the law into your own hands, then you're the one that'll get collared for it. So happened once next door, Alan, with you. Not much. Yeah. No, it's true, mate. It's true. Unless there's been a, you know, sadly, unless there's someone who is seriously injured, or, like I say, there are aggravating factors, and it's virtually. You think you used a word that YouTube banned, your post was deleted? I can't see it. It must do, Michael, because it hasn't shown up on my side that it was deleted, so it must have done, yeah. But that's one of the realities of these days, unfortunately. But it is what it is. Right, let's have a look at the charts. Let's get the information. Ooh, there's a Chinook. Just getting the arrival. Oh man. Oh, this isn't good. I'm already yawning. 113.55. That's the Brindisi VOR frequency. Should get a positive on that soon. Right. Generate the next flight plan for our return flight. Actually, I'm going to change that video. Oh, they do love censorship, yeah. Freedom of speech and all that. Whoops, wait, I said that word, freedom. Ah! Just watch this. I'll finish this live stream when we're done flying tonight, and I'll go into the, it shows you whether whether your video or your live stream has been deemed appropriate and or okay for monetization. I'll probably get to the end of this live stream and it'll say, he mentioned the word freedom, therefore we are demonetizing your video. So that's probably what will happen, but well, not to worry. Anyway folks, I will be right back. I'm just going to go and heat my soup up downstairs. I've got a nice bowl of soup and I'm hoping there's some bread left, but I'll be back in 2. Right, I'm back just before we begin descent. What did you say, Nicholas? I didn't catch you both, mate. That's all. Pursued a conviction for driver, put my mate in a wheel shaft in. 18 months driving while already disqualified, 18-month community order. 250. £90 victim. Yeah, £90 victim surcharge. Shocking. No insurance, no separate penalty, driving without due care and intention. I know, it's absolutely shocking now. And the thing is, even when you get a conviction like that, right, how does that fit the crime? You know, it doesn't. Absolutely doesn't. 5 relevant previous convictions listed in here and never passed a driving test. It's mad, mate. It's absolutely mad. Yeah, you're probably right, Alan. It'd be too fast. Oh dear. Yeah, you can't track them. I mean, you can track some typhoons on. You can track some of the typhoons on. But yeah, most of them you won't see. So you have to track them on 360 radar and yeah, or virtual radar server if you have your own setup like I do. I've got my own setup, you see, so it's not a public setup. But yeah, you can track them a little bit. They don't always show up. Sometimes they disappear if they're on exercise and that. So you just see them going in land and then taking off again. But aye. Daft thought of the day. Oh yeah, there's got to be. Got to be. And yet you think production and that's pretty much still in mostly full swing, but it's crazy. Every time the DC-3 comes in, the wind direction's wrong. It's always the way, man. Always the way. Okay, descending to 4,000 feet. Brindisi traffic, Ryanair 8970, descending altitude 3,000 feet for the RNAV approach, runway 14. Which DC-3 is that, Josh? I'm going to have a look. 76-year-old making daily cargo runs to Nassau. Ah, right, gotcha. Let's just have a quick... is it... I presume it must be. Trackable on flight radar, yeah? Ooh, Italian air matches are visible on flight radar. That's cool. Didn't realise that. Let me have a look. Where am I looking at? Exuma. Exuma, isn't it? Exuma. There's Chubb. There's Georgetown. Seem to have lost Exuma. What was the 737 Max there? Cool. Ah, there it is. Georgetown. Georgetown Exuma International Airport. I can't see it. No, I cannot see it. November 7. Oh, November 2, 7 months here. Okay. Yes, I can see it, mate. November 2, 7 months here at Echo. Built in January 1945. Florida Air Cargo. That's mental that it is still in service. That is absolutely mental. Oh, you're not on Exuma yet? Oh, my bad, mate, my bad. Ah, okay. My apologies, sir. I thought you were already there, you see. So is that DC-3's going there, not San Andros? Okay. So what have you got on Nassau? You got Bahamas Air, ATR 42600, PA27. It looks very busy actually. It looks really, really busy. Oh, you can actually, if you zoom in on Google Maps, you can see all sorts parked up. DC-3 and loads of bits and bobs. It's like something from it. Yeah, you're not wrong there. You're not wrong there at all, man. Right, we're going to have to do a little orbit just to lose a little bit of altitude. Zakaria. What add-ons are you using? Are they compatible with 3D? I don't know if they're compatible with 3D, to be honest, mate, sorry. PMDG 737, Active Sky next, and bits of payware and freeware scenery, really, so just a mix and match of the two. flaps 2.
Traffic. Traffic.
No conflict. You're so lucky to see those types of aircraft there, mate. So lucky. Absolutely nothing over here at the moment. Absolutely nothing. It's just completely dead. Frames are about 25, 20 roughly, so yeah. Last commercial DC-3 ops in the UK? Oh, good question. I'm not too sure there, not too sure. It wasn't, oh man, what's the name again? The ones based at Coventry, I'm sure they were operating cargo services up till the 90s, weren't they? Just looked at Liz, she nodded. I have beer in the fridge, the day gets better. Oh man, happy days. Happy days. Can't ask for much more than that, eh?
2500.
Spoilers armed, flaps 5. Bin crew, seats for landing, please, thank you. Few months break, Josh. Dear me, that's impressive, man. That is very impressive. I use VATSIM, Zakaria, I use VATSIM. Right, and that's what we are currently connected to. So yeah, let's land this mother duck. Get out. Ops 15. I have control. Brindisi traffic ride 8970, final approach,
1000.
runway 14.
500. Plus 100. Minimums. $50, $40, $30, $20, $10.
Manual braking, there we go. Ah, it's a good excuse to me, mate. Good excuse.
Please remain seated in your seatbelts fastened until the aircraft has come to a complete stop. The fasten seatbelt sign has been switched off for you, and the main doors at the front has been opened. Please be careful if you open your head lockers. Items of your carry-on luggage may have moved during the flight. Fall out and consider it. If you smoke, please refrain from doing so until you reach a designated smoking area outside the terminal building. If you're seeking car hire, we guarantee you the lowest prices online. If you find it cheaper anywhere else, we will refund you double the difference. For more offers, new routes, hotel accommodation, business class, Ryanair holidays, please check us on Ryanair.com. Finally, on behalf of Captain, the first officer, everybody at Ryanair, but especially your onboard crew, we would
Thanks very much, Alan. Cheers, mate. Do you know what the minus 125? Oh, that's alright. Oh, pretty good. Thanks very much, mate. Awesome. Well, let's get this bird on stand and ready for our next flight. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Brindisi, and we've arrived about 24 minutes ahead of schedule. Not bad going. Taxi lights off. Cabin crew, disarm doors for arrival and cross-check. Ladies and gents, welcome to Brindisi, where the outside air temperature is 16 degrees. Let's get the air stairs out. Last drink was 27th of February. Wow. Dear me. Right, menu, FS actions, ground connections. Ground power is connected, there we go. Right, let's get ready for the next flight, which is to Palermo. File this flight plan first. Got a fairly good load of passengers going to Palermo, which is nice. 68.3. I seem to have lost my pen. Where has my pen gone? Can't find it anywhere. If anybody stole my pen, can you please give it back? Nah, can't find it. Just gonna have to use a pencil. Oh well. 68.3. Right, let's get the next flight underway.
Ryanair. Low fares, made simple.
Is no. Oh, nice. Oh, the Avro. Nice. I haven't been there in ages, Nick. I really need to get there one day. It's so long since I was last down. No stealing it, Tower Jonathan. Oh, I tell you what. I bought a Parker pen from W.H. Smith ages ago, and I lent it to someone. And in nearly 6 years, I've never seen it again. Never seen it. And it cost us a bit as well, and I got a refill for it too. I've still got the refill, just haven't got the pen.
Ryanair. Low fares, made simple.
Ah, they're good ones, mate. Yeah, they're good ones. DJ Michael O'Leary. Good, isn't it? It's good. I like it. To be honest with you, when I'm setting up the aircraft, it just gives us a more, you know, I don't know.
Ryanair. Low fares.
Sense of serenity, you know, like, oh. Never lines up, turns at the start. I was just tracking him there, Michael. I see what you mean. He's still quite a bit away. Okay folks, once again a very warm welcome to each and every one of you for our next leg, which is flight FR8971 from Brindisi to Palermo. Estimated flight time en route is 1 hour and 15 minutes. We are scheduled to depart at about 3:30, but that's probably going to be a little bit earlier as we are running nicely ahead of schedule. So here's a quick pre-flight briefing as to what we're going to do today. So our flight to Palermo, it's going to take us out of Brindisi to the south, making a right-hand turn heading west. We'll head to the north of Taranto. We'll then continue in the direction of Potenza, and then from Potenza across the Mediterranean Sea, then down through toward the Mediterranean, heading straight down to Palermo, and it should be pretty much a straight-in approach. Our estimated flight time, as I said, is roughly about an hour and 15 minutes, cruising altitude 37,000 feet. Weather en route isn't too bad. We expect to have perhaps just a little bit of a headwind on our way down to Sicily, but not that much really to report. The weather in Palermo's looking quite nice at the moment, with light easterly winds, few clouds at 3,000 feet, and temperature of 16 degrees. So overall, not looking too bad. Hoping to push back in about 10-15 minutes from now. We're all set up and ready to go. So we ask that you please sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight. That's pretty much it. So I'm just having a quick cup of tea and that. Seeing if there's anything. Oh yeah, so it's all official now. The US has officially given its nod to the Aer Lingus flights from the UK. Awesome stuff. Sweet or savoury? Yeah, same here, mate. Same here. Cannot wait to get back in the air again soon. Hopefully, all being well. I don't know if you've heard about having your job, Nick, or if Liz has either, but my mum and dad just got a letter through the other day that, you know, to have theirs, but the mad thing is though is that when they phoned up, I think it was something that they had to go down to the Sage, down to the Sage for theirs, but I think they're trying to get it reorganised, see if they can have it in Alnwick instead, but we'll see. Is that on the A321, Josh? Yes, it's a mix. They're going to use a mix of A321neo LRs and A330s, so they're going to have a mix of the two, and I think the idea is just to test the water first, see what the response is, and then gradually just ramp up and increase the flights, so essentially taking off where Thomas Cook left, really. So I hope it works for them. They should do very well. There is a little bit of confusion at the moment as to whether they are or will be operating these flights using British register A330s now. To my way of thinking, I don't think there will be, but I'm sure there's something that would compel them to do so. But like I say, I'm not 100% at the moment, but we'll find out when those flights launch, no doubt, which will be soon. Not heard a thing. That's a shame. Oh, yeah, hopefully it shouldn't be too long. Do you know what? It's funny you say that, Nicholas. I was just thinking about that the other day, right? And I was looking at my calendar for all the days I've worked over the past year. And apart from, you know, in October when I went to Heathrow, and then I did that trip down south where I went to Bryce Norton, Waddington, RAF Lake and Heath and Mildenhall, right? Apart from then, I haven't had any time off at all, and even even though I didn't even have time off the week I was away, because I was away from Monday to Friday, but on the Monday that I left to go to to go to Waddington, and then to go to Mildenhall, that Monday morning I was working, because I was working till 12 o'clock, and then I finished work and just set off straight down south. And then on the Friday when I finished my holiday away, I was then working again on the Saturday. So I was looking on my I was looking on my calendar, and I have worked every single week since March last year, which is, yeah, quite funny to think about, really. But yeah. Yeah, holiday days off. Yeah, I'm the same. I've had days off, and, like, you know, say a few days break or something like that, but I haven't had a single, like, full week off in a long time. But I'm not complaining. Not complaining one bit. At the end of the day, it's oh dear me. Better than sitting at home. Not wrong with sitting at home, I do like it, but far rather be out there doing stuff as well. Where are they flying from an island transatlantic? Dublin and Shannon. I think at the moment just Dublin. I think the idea is that Shannon will be reintroduced, but at the moment it's not. Same as, I don't know if you're aware, Josh, but Ryanair pretty much cut all of their flights to, like, Shannon and Cork, and was it Kerry as well? I think Kerry. Basically until things get back to normal-ish, but we'll have to see. Yeah, that's right. You can basically get US pre-clear. I think Shannon's the only one with pre-clearance. Dublin might now have it. I don't think they do yet. There was talk of them introducing it, or it had been approved, because that would have benefited Norwegian at the time, who were still flying Maxes from there. So yeah, you can't see the point in flying from UK regional direct just to sit in the line for 2 hours. It's not that, mate. It's, to be honest with you, forget the 2 hour, right? Forget the two hour wait. You've got to remember, in the context of the services that Manchester have lost. So American cut back on services, United, Thomas Cook has left. There have been lots and lots of cuts to all of the services. Virgin Atlantic's still pretty much one of, if not the main operator. But overall, there's a massive market there. There's far bigger a market there than will simply fly to Dublin or to Shannon for the benefit of, US for pre-clearance. The market in Manchester is just far bigger than that. So yeah, I think it justifies them, especially as there's no chance of Norwegian coming back from the dead anytime soon, or at least coming back to a stage where they can challenge on the transatlantic routes. So it's really an open market at the moment. There's no Thomas Cook, there's no Norwegian. British Airways were rumoured to be looking into it. Then yeah, that's right, Michael. Yeah, I was just saying about how the Ryanair ones are the same, how they've cut pretty much all the routes too. So yeah. Welcome back, though. You've got a letter to present to the police from MOD key work. Ah, right. Very good, mate. Very good. Dublin do have, yeah. It's not that long ago since they had pre-clearance, so it's because Shannon's had it for years, but it's interesting. Anyway, we better get ready to do this this next flight. What time we're on? 38, 25, 52. 25, 52, so we can push back. When can we push back? We can push back anytime now. Woohoo! But yeah, the market out of Manchester is huge, and we'll see how it works for Aer Lingus. It might work, it might not. We'll just have to see. There is also a very large number of Irish over in Manchester as well. So I think, to be honest with you, Aer Lingus is even likes of up here in Newcastle and in Edinburgh as well. They've always had a very good presence. Manchester's no different. So I, to be honest with you, I think they'll do quite well with it. Time will tell, like I say, but we shall see. Right, let's get the APU started. Lyle, hello, welcome aboard. Ah, I saw you, yeah, so you arrive at domestic in the US. It's good. Was it in 2010? Flipping, eh? I thought it was more recent than that. Or maybe I'm thinking of, who am I thinking of again? Let's have a look. Isn't Manchester Airport just an unpaved runway and lake for international flying boats? Don't say that to a Mancunian, or you'll not live to see the next day. I mean, that's just whew. Eh, dear. Please fly Loganair. Please. Sorry, I can't. They're not a low-cost carrier. Right, let's get the doors and air stairs closed and get the engines started for our flight. Right. Could be worse, it could be Liverpool. Do you know, you are absolutely bang on there, Josh. I flew from Liverpool in what, 2016, 2015? I tell you what, Manchester's bad, but Liverpool, apart from, I mean, Liverpool, okay, fair enough, you get a bit of a better view outside the front of the terminal, but there's nothing to see. There's like literally no traffic. It's so boring. But to be honest, even Teesside was almost more interesting than Liverpool. I mean, dear me. QNH 1014. Okay, engine start sequence 2 to 1, start number 2. Fuel in. Sign number 2. Good start on engine number 2. Start number 1. Can it be a good old flying boat? Actually, just as a joke, did you all see that photo of the I think it was in Alaska? Just your Alaskan Airlines flight. Alan Scott just made me think of this, and you talking about flying boats, Joff. But did you see that photo from Alaska, I think it was, of all the Twin Otters and everything all parked up? It was really cool. Plane every 2 hours, Alan, that sounds like heaven to me, mate. Heaven. I mean, at Newcastle Airport at the moment, we've got like 3 movements within 2 hours, and then nothing for 6 hours. So 1 movement every 2 hours sounds like perfection. Right, start switches continuous, packs fans auto. TCAS is on. Flaps 5. LNAV level change. Alright, very good, Lyle. Well, it's just the way it happens. Some live streams are busier than others, and some do and don't. Yeah. Alex, hello, welcome to the live stream. You want to see a rough airport? Bermuda's runway. Yeah, I know. Bermuda looks. Whoa. It's another one in itself. Flight control test. Full left, full right. Alright, let's taxi. Taxi lights on. And Brindisi traffic, Ryanair 8971, taxi holding point runway 13.
Welcome on board this Ryanair flight. May we have your attention while we point out some of the safety features.
Okay, we're going to backtrack and line up weight. Absolutely, Michael.
Please remove headphones during this demonstration. There are 8 emergency
But if
exits,
harvesting, not me
each
though.
with a red exit sign. Footpath markings along the
Absolutely,
cabin
Michael,
will illuminate
absolutely.
the darkness and
I
guide you
second
to the
that.
nearest
Yeah, yeah.
exit in an emergency. There are 4 main doors, 2 at the front of the cabin, 1 left and 1 right, and 2 at the rear of the cabin,
Lining up
1 left and 1 right.
via backtrack.
There are 4 overwing exits in the centre of the cabin, 2 left and 2 right. Please note the nearest exit to you, which may be behind you. To fasten your seatbelt, insert the metal end into the buckle. To secure, pull on the loose end of the strap, and to open, lift the buckle cover. In the event of a sudden loss of cabin pressure, individual oxygen masks will drop automatically from the panel above your head. If this happens, remain seated. Pull down firmly on the mask to start the flow of oxygen. Place the mask over your nose and mouth and breathe normally. Don't worry if the bag does not inflate. Oxygen is flowing. To secure the mask, pull one end of the strap. Adults traveling with young children, please attend to your own mask first. Your life jacket is stowed in a pocket beneath your seat or in the panel above your head. In the unlikely event of landing in water, remove the jacket from its packet and place it over your head.
Not had a work-related email since Wednesday. That's shocking, that. Absolutely shocking, Josh. You must be slacking, mate.
Pull down sharply on the red toggle. There is a mouthpiece for further
Yeah, I try to keep the chat going as much as I can. Sometimes on the longer flights, I like to have a little bit of a rest and just chill for a little bit and do some editing. But yeah, for the most part, I like to try and keep things moving.
Tray table is in the upright and locked position. Armrests down and window blinds open. We recommend for your comfort and safety that you keep your seatbelt fastened throughout the flight. There is a call bell, reading light and fresh air vent in the panel above your head. Portable electronic devices such as tablets and mobile phones in flight mode may be used throughout the flight. Please select flight mode now. Laptops must be stowed in cabin baggage under the seat in front of you or in the overhead locker for taxi, takeoff and landing. We would like to remind you that smoking is not permitted. Thank you for your attention. Please sit back, relax and enjoy your flight.
Before takeoff checklist: config checked, recall checked, flight controls checked, flaps 5 required, 5 selected, green light, stab trim 5.2, 5.2 set, takeoff briefing reviewed, cabin crew, seats for departure, cabin secured, start switches, continuous, main control panel set, transponder TARA, landing and strobe lights are on before takeoff checklist is complete. By rest he means drinking. Michael Forbes, you know me too well. %, let's go. %. Toga. Power set, checked. 80 knots, checked.
V1.
V1.
Rotate. V2.
Positive. Gear up. command out. Flaps 2, speed check. Flaps 2. $35.25 an hour. Flippin' heck. Josh, if you ever want to swap jobs, just hit me up on WhatsApp. Flaps up, speed checked, and climbing flight level 370. Michael Forbes, get me signed up. Direct to robot. There's the city of Brindisi just off to our left. Transition altitude. Oh, I've had moments like that as well, Alan, where you're sat next to somebody and then the next thing you kind of think to yourself, that wasn't me. Yeah, it's it's a pretty horrible experience, I know it well. Oh, Alan, I've just seen your photos on the WhatsApp. I've just seen your photo on the WhatsApp group. Very nice. After takeoff checklist, air conditioning and pressurization is set. Start switches off, landing gear up and off, auto brake off, flaps up, no lights, and altimeter set to standard. After takeoff checklist is complete. Did you miss part of the composite? Yeah, I think you did. Who hacked your WhatsApp? Alan and Michael, you will both understand what I say when I'm saying this, as I'm reading at the same time and looking at the live chat and our group. And let me just say, I totally, and with regard to the observation you both made regarding the they said, yeah, I'm in complete and total agreement. So yeah. Could you list your top 25 things about Loganair? Let me think. Caramel wafers, free drinks, tartan livery, no flyby connections. They operate pretty much 30-year-old ATRs, which are second-hand, along with a couple of new-ish ATRs. What else? Not much really, is there? Oh yeah, same here, Alex. Competition between Easton and Logan. And so far Loganair has won every single battle. So there you go. But no, I can't think of 20 off the top of my head, Josh. Sorry. Worst thing... Oh, Alan, I like this one. Worst thing, he was eating egg sandwiches and actually... Oh dear, that just makes it worse. And somebody like that as well, where you're sat next to them and you are conscious that, like, yeah, this is bad. This is bad. The tartan tail is, yeah. I thought that was pushing it. Yeah, I did see that. Alex, yeah. Oh, we have ATC. Euro control, 13555, 13555. 13555, there we go. Euro control, good afternoon, Ryanair 8971 with you climbing through flight level 290.
Ryanair 8971, Euro control south, hello, identified to continue climb flight level 370.
Continue climb flight level 370, thanks Ryanair 8971. Woohoo, ATC, I like it, Right, let's get the ILS information set up for Palermo. LIBR near Charlie Juliet. For someone who seems to know a lot about an airline, that's a remarkably ill-informed comment. Hashtag just saying. Oh dear. Right, let's get the charts. Lima, India, Charlie, Juliet.
KLM 569 at contact to the control east on frequency 135.3, bye-bye. Control South, good day after runway, Olympic 3 Kilo Foxtrot climbing flight level 24, your inbound lane, request final flight level 260. Olympic 3 Kilo Foxtrot, Kilo Control South, good day, identified, continue climb flight level 36, question 260. Continue climb flight level 260, Olympic 3 Kilo Foxtrot, thank you.
Ah, but Michael, they might decide to compete with Ryanair one day, I mean, who knows? They might just take delivery of lots of 787-900s. Man, I've just literally watched a car. Dear me.
Good evening, control Ryanair 101. Yep, Ryanair 0081, Scott Charlie, please.
Oh wow, well that's clever, isn't it? I've literally just sat here and watched a car coming around a blind bend.
Ryanair 0081, check radio, please.
With
Ryanair 0081, Scott Charlie, please, and I read you 555.
yeah, the Ryanair of Scotland, exactly. I've just watched a car come around the bend, right? No indication. And then a van has nearly got in the back of her because she didn't even...
Thank you. You're out of my space actually. You're continuing to become 1 to 2. That's all. Bye-bye. Roger, Ryanair 0081, monitor Unicom. Thank you.
You did get... no, you get chocolate caramel wafer, Josh. Complimentary drink and complimentary biscuit, I think. Yeah, anyway, I've just watched this woman pull out, off the road, no indication, and she's got all her NHS stuff on. It's either a work or nurse or... just to post a letter. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Some people's driving is just atrocious.
Possible. And then 1977, yeah, sure. Continue climb flight level 390. Climb flight level 390, right, 1977.
But it's like on this particular stretch of road as well, it's a blind bend. It's like too busy looking for somewhere to pull over instead of actually thinking about the traffic that's around her to indicate, and just pulled off the road and the van nearly went in the back of her because he had no idea what she was doing. Ridiculous. Loganair should buy all the cheap 7.4s. Imagine this, someone should do a Photoshop of it. You know the Loganair, the British Airways 747s parked up at parked at Kemble.
135.3 Ryanair, identify plane perfect way.
Someone should Photoshop the Loganair tail onto them. You hey, Michael, I didn't block anybody.
12.8, good day, bye.
Air Control South, the KLM 1570 at 2,500 for 3,004, 340. KLM 1570, what is it? KLM 1570, control south, good afternoon, identified. Continue climb flight level 340.
Continue climb 340 for the KLM 1570. Yeah, good afternoon.
Ryanair 1977, recycle squawk 0566. Squawk 0566, Ryanair 1977.
Control Alpha, hello, Austrian 38 Delta Victor flight level 240 for flight level 380.
Austrian 38 Delta Victor, control south, good afternoon, set squawk 0552.
Squawk 0552, Kilo, Quebec, clicking for cruising at flight level 320.
Kilo Quebec 315, control south, good day, identified.
Air Control, good afternoon, Giant 5 Yankee, flight level 360, request descent.
Giant 5 Yankee, control south, good day, identified, descent, flight level 250.
Descent 250, Giant 5 Yankee.
Air Control south, good afternoon, Austrian 32, info 360, inbound, after with you. Austrian 322, Air Control south, good afternoon, set squawk 0536. 0536 in the box for Austrian 32. Olympic 3 Kilo Foxtrot, request descent. Olympic 3 Kilo Foxtrot, descent, flight level 240. Descent at level 240, Olympic 3 Kilo Foxtrot. Olympic 037, contact attend approach 1 frequency 132.975.
132.975 for 037, thank you, bye-bye.
Turkish 56, Charlie, go for descent.
Turkish 56, Charlie, go for descent, flight level 240.
Descent 240, Turkish 56, Charlie, go.
Control South with Airlines 295 Kilo, level 350, with you.
Airlines 295 Kilo, Control South, good day, identified. Austrian 322, identified. Proceed direct ABB. Proceed direct to ABB for all service 2.
Aero Control South, this is Kilo Quebec 314. Small issue, we have not enough fuel for the whole trip, so requesting to land in Zurich, like 3 hours or something.
Kilo Quebec 314, roger that. Austrian 38 Delta Victor identified. Continue climb flight level 380.
Continue to flight level 380, Delta Victor.
Olympic 3 Kilo Foxtrot, request to Global. Olympic 3 Kilo Foxtrot, Unicom, bye-bye. Unicom, Olympic 3 Kilo Foxtrot, bye. KLM 1570, Murdo Unicom 122, desolate, bye-bye.
Unicom for the KLM 1570, bye-bye.
Set.
passenger center, this is Kilo Quebec 314. Paris, Charlotte de Gaulle is also an option for
Sorry
landing
folks.
or refueling.
Sorry folks, I was just on the phone there.
Turkish 5620 contact, attend approach on frequency 132.975.
Approach 132.975 by Turkish 5620, go thanks.
Yeah.
The more likely it is you'll go on a 10-minute holiday. Oh dear. Yeah, I know. I've seen that. Alan. It's really interesting. Really interesting. They're basically going to fly to Mallorca, then Mallorca to is it Birmingham and Manchester, I think, as well. Birmingham and Manchester. But, yeah.
Zero control, so good afternoon, lot 8112, passing flight level 210 inbound Monga.
Lot 8113, control south, good afternoon, send squawk 0551.
Squawk 0551, lot 8112.
Giant 5 Yankee contact, attend approach on frequency 132.975.
Giant 5 Yankee, apologies, say again.
Giant 5 Yankee contact, attend approach on frequency 132.975.
Athens approach 132.975, apology, Giant 5 Yankee, goodbye.
No problem, bye-bye.
Your wish is my command. There we go. Let peace, order and serenity return to what was a peaceful, serene YouTube live chat. Oh. Yeah, something like that. Anyway, there we go. Bob's your own. Right, we're almost about to begin our descent, and I still, sorry I didn't talk to anyone. I was on the,
Lot 8112, identified the continue climb flight level 360.
Continue climb flight level 360, lot 811.
UK International Flight 101 Porto Unicom 122.8, bye-bye.
oh, Josh, that is amazing! Oh, that is so cool! DC3. Oh, that is brilliant.
Station 2 November 122, thanks for your service.
See ya.
Oh, I love that. Good old DC3 Dakota. That is brilliant. That sound too. Your control Ryanair 971 request to set.
Ryanair 8971 descent, flight level 240.
Descent flight level 240, right, 8971. Right folks, descending into Palermo, and I still... no problem, Alan. Anytime, mate. Anytime at all. No, I've got to say, I was getting a bit fed up as well. You know, you like... Yeah, it was. Sorry, Nick. Let me explain it from the beginning. So basically, they were a troll. As well as what Alan said in the chat, just regarding the posting and stuff, right?
Get back we solved a few problems. Normally we are in no need for landing. So final is Heathrow. Roger.
Usually you can tell the difference just by what they post and how much they post. And I also just had a little... I did a little bit of research just to see if I could find out who it was, what the channel was, if there was any content. I like to try and find those things out just so you kind of know what you're dealing with, if that makes sense. So I did a little bit of digging. Meanwhile, as I was doing that, I'd timed the individual out so they were allowed to come back onto the live stream, in which time I discovered, yes, they were a troll. The channel had nothing relevant, was nothing relevant to them online, and so yeah, it was just a new account which has basically been set up to basically it was a brand new YouTube account that was only set up recently to to antagonise, and it's daft, right? Because those particular trolls themselves, they're not easy to distinguish because they like to try and come across as all like I'm not going to say normal, but they like to come across as being, you know, informed or enthusiastic. But when you actually dig deeper, look at how much they post, what they post, look at their account, and then builds a picture that, hang on a sec, you're then saying, why don't they operate? It's just attention seeking, basically. Just like, oh, look at me, and yeah, it's just classic troll. No, no, Michael, he's definitely not a Loganair marketing bot. I have friends who work with Loganair, and I will guarantee you 1,000,000,000% even they aren't marketing robots. So yeah, I'm going to say a positive no to that. To leave the live stream, I know. Oh man, do you know what I've just thought of? Was it Josh? I think Josh or someone asked before, what was the last DC-3? Someone asked before, what was the last DC-3 that you saw? Yeah, that was it. When was the last commercial DC-3? How on earth did I forget this? Unbelievable. Josh, I will share, if he's listening, if he isn't, and everyone else who is, I'm sorry for your ears. I completely forgot about the KLM DC-3 in Newcastle. Here we are, man. Oh, honestly, how did I miss this? How on earth did I miss this? DC... Yes, here we are. KLM DC-3 Dakota. This was in Newcastle. Newcastle 2014. Oh, cool.
Austrian 711 request descent.
Austrian 711 descent, flight level 240.
Landing level 240, Austrian 711. Ryanair 897, you are in my controls on short D. Contact become 122 decimal, bye-bye.
122 decimal 8, Ryanair 8971, thanks mate.
See ya.
See ya! Bye bye. Au revoir. It's now go Unicorn 122 decimal 8. Oh, cannot believe I forgot that. I'll just share it in the YouTube. Oh, you just got back there. I've just shared that vid. I forgot about that one. Oh, you've got the notification. Ah, yeah, no worries, mate. No, it's just little trends like that. Little trends like that you can see. But yeah, being the good guy. What do you like, Alan? What do you like? Ah, it's terrible, mate. That is terrible. Sorry, Michael. I'm getting terrible at the moment. I still haven't set up for this ILS. It's not even an ILS. It's an RNAV approach we're doing. Transition altitude. There we go. Category C and 839. 839. But yeah, no, you hadn't missed anything, Niggy. It's just like Alan says. There's clear signs you can see when someone's a troll like that, and I timed them out in the hope that, you know, that would be it, and then they come back and then they start posting again, and it's like it becomes pretty clear at that point that what their intentions are. Michael. Now, I hope for your sake that Nick doesn't see that, because if he does, then I'll be getting a private PM for a further blocking. So you know. Hey dear. We've all got to keep each other right, man. There's no wrong in keeping each other right. Right, let's have a look. QNH is going to be 10 something. 10. Come on, pass my load up. 1012. Didn't Dan Air London used to use them? Because I'm sure I've got some photos from that my grandma used to collect, and one of those, I'm pretty sure was a Dan Air London one. Can't be 100% sure though. Oh, was it Jill? No, it wasn't Jill Airways operator. Someone, it was another airline, I can't remember who. So our next flight is from Palermo to Perugia once we've landed in Palermo, so I'm just getting the information on that. Runway 07, course heading is 065. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have begun our descent down into Palermo, and looking to arrive in the next 15 minutes. Weather down there is still looking nice, temperature 16 degrees with light easterly winds. And apart from that, yeah, not much else to say. Other than it's looking quite nice in Palermo. Right, let's generate the flight plan. Flight plan. I miss MySpace. Oh dear, brilliant. It could be BEA, potentially it could be. Why have I bookmarked that? No idea why I bookmarked subscription plans, but anyway. There was one in 1985, Air Luton, which operated DC-3s. Sorry, Alan, I missed your comment there, mate. Here's a cool one. Gampo was impounded at Newcastle Airport. Interesting. Oh, Air Atlantic. Yeah. Air Atlantic, that's the one. 43 minutes till total descent. Very good. It's a nice route that as well. Talking of flying in the US, Alan, I'm going to have to do another Southwest flight soon, to be honest. It's getting to the point where I'm going to have to do another one or they'll boot me out. Okay, I'll put a fix in. Lima, India, Charlie, Juliet, and the surface wind. Surface wind is 060 degrees, so pretty much a direct headwind, which is good. I have to add a little bit of speed brake, just not still quite high on the descent profile. the current Royal Mail flight contract? Titan? I think it's West Atlantic at the moment. I mean, as in today. Yeah, I believe it's West Atlantic. Got a few clouds here and there, but I think we can just about see the airfield off to our left hand side, so I think we might go for a visual approach in just a second. Still a little bit too high on the profile. Cabin crew, 10 minutes to landing, 10 minutes. No, mate, there's no, when it comes to plane spotting, I'm not being funny, but like, it's virtually impossible to remember everything that you see, and the times as well. I mean, that's the same for all of us, so there's no judging at all, dear mate. Looks like a plane skydives using out the back door. Oh, Giller, yeah, could well have been Giller, yeah. The only one I've found was that the Air Atlantic Air Luton, and that was pretty much it. Yeah, it could well have been, alright. Okay, we're going to go to a visual approach in just a second. Flight director's off. We'll wait till we make this base turn and then we'll go for a visual. I have control. Flaps 1. Flaps 1, speed checked. Just right of the centre line now, just right. Palermo traffic, Ryanair 8971 on nav approach, runway 07, 8 DME.
$2,500.
Get out.
$1,000.
Checked.
Plus 100. Minimums.
Landing.
$500. $50, $40, $30, $20, $10.
There we go, folks. Welcome to
The response times until the aircraft has come to a complete stop. The fasten seatbelt sign has been switched off for you, and the main doors of the front have been opened. Please be careful if you open your head lockers. Items of your carry-on luggage may have moved during the flight. Fall out and cause injuries. If you smoke, please refrain from doing so until you reach a designated smoking area outside the terminal building. If you're seeking car hire, we guarantee you the lowest prices online. If you find it cheaper anywhere else, we will refund you double the difference. For more offers, new routes, hotel accommodation, business class, Ryanair holidays, please check us on Ryanair.com.
Nice to do a visual approach as well. Very nice.
Everybody on Ryanair, but especially your onboard crew, we would like to thank you for having chosen to fly with us. It's been a pleasure taking care of you, and we hope to see you very soon in another Ryanair flight. Wishing you a safe homeward journey or a pleasant stay in the local areas. Thank you.
Palermo traffic, Ryanair 971, vacated 5 Bravo, taxiing Bravo, Lima, Romeo to stand. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Alan. Thank you, Earworm. It's actually beautiful weather here on Sicily at the moment. Really, really nice. There we go, folks. Let's get the doors and air stairs open. So we've landed in Palermo I meant. We've landed in Palermo about 20 minutes ahead of schedule. Fantastic. Get the ground power unit connected and ready for the next flight. That's the other nice thing just doing these flights as well, is that it's all in daytime. And it's one thing I do miss over the winter, is you get used to flying in darkness all the time, don't you? So yeah, it's nice. Have a little bit of mix and match. Right, flight plan filed. So let's get ready for the next flight. I'll just get the information put in for all of you. Just over on the side of the other side of the airport, we've got this Aegean A320 that's parked up. So he's flying to Athens. So if we can see him depart, we'll watch him take off. But yeah, he's just parked at the other side. Okay, let's get the flight started.
Ryanair. Low fares, made simple.
Whoops. I crucially forgot to put in the fuel and payload for our next flight. Haha! Whoopsies! Right, 5669. And payload is 57.3, that's more like it. $62.9. Cruising altitude. That's going to be a fun one on this flight. Right, booking. Flight plan, start flight.
Ryanair. Low fares, made simple.
Arrivederci, Michael. See you shortly, mate. See you shortly. Oh, it was a Gila Shorts 330. Yeah. Nice one. I saw the Shorts 360 at Aberdeen a few years back. That was a nice one. But yeah, I know which one you mean. Very nice.
Ryanair. Low fares, made simple.
Oh, the Aegean is taxiing. Great, we'll watch him depart.
Ryanair. Low fares, made simple.
Okie dokie folks, welcome back again each and every one of you on board this next leg of our 6 legs today with Virtual Ryanair. This one is leg number 4 and we're flying from Palermo all the way up to Perugia in Italy. So we've got we've got a nice little flight ahead of us. Estimated flight time is 58 minutes at a cruising altitude of 40,000 feet. Our route takes us out of Palermo to the north, up through the Tyrrhenian Sea, up towards Rome. We'll then pass just to the east of Rome and the Vatican City. Continuing up north toward Perugia, we'll then begin our descent just to the east, to the west of L'Aquila. The weather up in Perugia isn't too bad at the moment. Light winds from the east, as has been the case most of the day. Temperature is 11 degrees there at the moment, so not as warm as here, but yeah, still not too bad. Like I say, estimated flight time is going to be about 58 minutes to an hour, 40,000 feet. We're pretty much ready to go. We'll be getting pushed back in about 10 minutes time, and my estimated time of departure, as you can see in the description, was 5 but we're hoping to be out of here a lot earlier than that. So that's all from me. Be ready to go in about 10 minutes time, but for now, sit back, relax and enjoy the flight. Right folks, that's us set up and ready to go. I'm just getting a couple of frequencies in the list. 114.6. 114.6, then 111.20. Flight level 80, super. Well, Palermo is definitely one of my favourite airports. It's one I'd love to fly to someday in the future, once we all can fly again. Great, I'll be back in just 1 minute folks, just gonna quickly grab something, 1 sec. Okie dokie folks, I'm back and it's time to push back. So like I say, we're going a little bit earlier, but who cares if we get there a bit earlier? Better being early than late.
And ground, cockpit.
Go ahead, Captain.
We're all set to go up here. We've been cleared to push and start at your discretion.
Roger that, ready for push. Power and air are clear, doors closed. We are ready for pushback. Release parking brake, please.
Okay, parking brake is off, cleared to push.
Beacon lights on.
Brakes off, here we go.
This one's a jet stream design scenery, mate. It's a very, very good scenery, really good on frames as well. Right, starting engine number 2, 2 to 1. Park and brakes set, starting engine number 1. Fuel in. Nice start on engine number 2, it's looking good. Generators on APU can come off, start switch is continuous, packs and circuit fans auto. TCAS is going on. Flight control test. There we go. Palermo traffic, Ryanair 8044, taxiing holding point runway 07 via Lima, Tango and Echo.
Welcome on board this Ryanair flight. May we have your attention while we point out some of the safety features on this Boeing 737-800 aircraft. Please remove headphones during this demonstration. There are 8 emergency exits, each marked with a red exit sign. Footpath markings along the cabin aisle will illuminate in darkness and guide you to the nearest exit in an emergency. There are 4 main doors, 2 at the front of the cabin, 1 left and 1 right, and 2 at the rear of the cabin, 1 left and 1 right. There are 4 overwing exits in the center of the cabin, 2 left and 2 right. Please note the nearest exit to you, which may be behind you. To fasten your seatbelt, insert the metal end into the buckle. To secure, pull on the loose end of the strap, and to open, lift the buckle cover. In the event of a sudden loss of cabin pressure, individual oxygen masks will drop automatically from the panel above your head. If this happens, remain seated. Pull down firmly on the mask to start the flow of oxygen. Place the mask over your nose and mouth and breathe normally. Don't worry if the bag does not inflate. Oxygen is flowing. To secure the mask, pull one end of the strap. Adults traveling with young children, please attend to your own mask first. Your life jacket is stowed in a pocket beneath your seat or in the panel above your head. In the unlikely event of landing in water, remove the jacket from its packet and place it over your head. Bring the strap around your waist, clip at the front, and secure as the crew are now demonstrating. To inflate the life jacket, pull down sharply on the red toggle. There is a mouthpiece for further inflation or deflation and a light to attract attention. Do not inflate your life jacket inside the cabin, as to do so will impede your exit. Further information.
Welcome back, Michael. Welcome back, mate. We're just taxiing to the runway.
The captain invites you to read this card carefully before departure. Please now ensure that your seatbelt is securely fastened. Tray table is in the upright and locked position. Armrests down and window blinds open. We recommend for your comfort and safety that you keep your seatbelt fastened throughout the flight. There is a call bell, reading light, and fresh air vent.
Beautiful sky. Really, really nice.
For electronic devices such as tablets and mobile phones in flight mode may be used throughout the flight. Please select flight mode now. Laptops must be stowed in cabin baggage under the seat in front of you or in the overhead locker for taxi, takeoff, and landing. We would like to remind you that smoking is not permitted. Thank you for your attention. Please sit back, relax, and enjoy your flight.
Before takeoff checklist. Config checked. Recall checked. Flight controls checked. Flaps 5, green light checked. Stab trim 5.2, 5.2 set. Takeoff briefing reviewed. Initial climb 8000. Flight level 80 checked. Start switches continuous. MCP set. Transponder TARA. Landing and strobe lights on before takeoff checklist is complete. And clear for takeoff. Palermo traffic, Ryanair 804 departing, runway 07. Beautiful sky over there to the west. Okay, 40%. Clocks. Toga. Thrust set. 80 knots, checked.
V1.
V1.
Rotate. V2.
Positive
Glide slope.
gear up. Disregard that. Bug up. Flaps 2. Speed checked. Command off. Flaps up, speed checked. Transition altitude, pressure set standard. And we've managed to depart about 10 minutes early. Fantastic. Feet. After takeoff checklist, air conditioning, pressurization set, start switches off, landing gear up and off, auto brake off, flaps up, no lights, and altimeter set to standard. After takeoff checklist complete. gets us on our way to Perugia. Should be there in about an hour. Nice, isn't it? Really, really nice sunset. Beautiful. So currently we're direct to Foxtrot. Foxtrot November Zulu, which is sorry, Papa November Zulu, which is Ponza. So yeah, we're just quick hop. And then once we landed in Perugia, we've only got another 2 flights left after that. Down to Lamezia, and then Lamezia to Bergamo. So 2 flights after this one. Time flies by when you're having fun. Well, I'll close that Wikipedia article down. I was just reading up on US pre-clearance before. Right folks, I'm just going to pop off for about 5-10 minutes. I'll still be in the live chat, but I'll be off voice for a few minutes, so I'll speak to you all shortly. Okay folks, I'm back on voice. Hello everyone. Just had a little bit of a break off voice for a bit. So we're just passing 18,000 feet now, and we're about 62 miles away from Perugia, and should be landing nicely out of schedule. So I'm back folks, just been doing a bit of cleaning and 17,000 feet. So we'll go through let's have a look, the descent checklist. I've also just pre-filed the flight plan for the next flight down to Lamezia. So we've got that done. So descent checklist, pressurization, landing altitude set 700 feet. Anti-ice is not required. Approach briefing and fuel. Landing ILS Yankee, runway 01. Should have about roughly about 3 tons of fuel on landing, and our alternate, if we need to divert, is Rome Ciampino Airport. Instrument airspeed and altitude bugs are checked and they are set. Well, that's the descent checklist complete. Lovely stuff. It's nice to see how the nights are cutting out now. I mean, it's 20 to 6 and there's still plenty of light, which is great. And Alan, you are down in Minneapolis. Share some pictures, mate, if you get the chance. It'd be nice to see them. I haven't had a chance to look at my phone yet, actually. Check if there's any messages. Let's have a look. No recent messages. Alex Aviation, Yorkshire Airways. Oh dear. Steve is flying Lima Golf November Kilo from Stornoway to Inverness. Nice. Just having a quick browse through Instagram. Set flaps at 40, speed 136. Just need a little bit of speed brake. Weather at Perugia is still looking quite nice, fairly light winds, surface winds, actually it's increased slightly, 030 degrees at 7 knots, so plus 7, and mix Lima India Romeo Zulu 030, about 10, so just 20 degrees off. Was varying slightly before, but it looks like it's stabilised. to 2,800 feet. 2,800. So the approach checklist, let's go for that. Approach checklist, altitude and instruments set and cross-checked, approach aids checked and set, standby ADI is set, approach checklist is complete. British Airways have taken delivery of another A320neo Golf Tango Tango November Oscar. Just seen that on planespotters.net, so hopefully we get to see that at Newcastle soon at some point. That would be good. Localizer captured. Congratulations. Oh, it has been good, definitely, Nick. Absolutely, man. It can be a nice nighttime landing, though. It's one of the benefits of doing it on a day like today, because you get half in daylight and the other half in darkness. So, yeah. Spoilers out. 10 DME. Flaps 1. Flaps 5. Glide slope. Right, that's us fully established at 60 ME. Flaps 10. Gear down. Landing lights are on. Landing checklist. Start switch is continuous. Recall checked. Speed brake armed. Checked. Speed brake armed. Green light. Landing gear down. 3 greens checked. Flaps 15. Waiting on 40. Just go with flaps 25 there. Checked. Green light. Landing lights are on. Landing checklist with the flaps. Flaps 30.
$1,000.
Flaps 40. Landing checklist complete. Cleared to land.
Plus 100. Minimums.
Landing.
$50, $40, $30, $20, $10.
Ladies and gentlemen, but for now, please remain seated in the seatbelt fastened until the aircraft has come to a complete stop. The fasten seatbelt sign has been switched off for you, and the main doors at the front have been opened. Please be careful if you open your head lockers. Items of your carry-on luggage may have moved during the flight.
Welcome to Perugia,
If you
folks.
smoke,
Welcome.
please refrain from doing so until you reach a designated smoking area outside the terminal building. If you're seeking car hire, we guarantee you the lowest prices online. If you find it cheaper anywhere else, we will refund you double the difference. For more offers, new routes, hotel
Thanks very much,
accommodation,
Alan. Cheers, mate.
Ryanair holidays, please check us on Ryanair.com. Final primarily on behalf of the captain, the first officer, everybody on Ryanair, but especially on board crew, we would like to thank you for having chosen to fly with us. It's been a pleasure taking care of you, and we hope to see you very soon in another Ryanair flight. Wishing you a safe homeward journey or a pleasant stay in the local area. Thank you.
So just a quick 180 backtrack to taxi to our stand. So we've landed in Perugia approximately, 30 minutes ahead of schedule, dear me. Strobe lights off. Stand number 2. Cut off switches off. Cabin crew, disarm doors and slide to arrival. Ladies and gents, welcome to Perugia. 54 minutes flight time there. Well ahead of what we were anticipating, which was nearer an hour, so that's fantastic. Those floodlights are extremely bright, very, very bright. APU's off. Right, let's get the flight plan filed. Head off for our next flight. What was the touchdown on there? Minus 201. Not too bad. Too bad. Right, fuel and payload for the next one. Let's have a look. 5875. 68.1. Now where have I put that pencil again? I keep losing this blooming pencil. Where is it? There it is. Right, 68.1. I'll just change the flight information for all of you again. LIRZ to Lima India Charlie Alpha. Ryanair 1695, there we go. Reconnect to VATSIM. And let's get the Pegasus system started. Probably run ahead of schedule again, but hey, nobody's complaining.
Ryanair, low fares, made simple.
Time for a quick tea break and bite to eat, folks. We're 6 hours and 31 minutes so far into this. Been live on YouTube for 6 hours and 10 minutes, and we've still got 2 flights left to go. First to Lamezia and then up to Milan, Bergamo. So stay tuned. There's still plenty of action to come. Don't forget to hit the like button. And for those of you who are still here, who are listening, thank you for staying on board. It's great to have you with us, and yeah, we'll have some more entertainment for the rest of the evening. Anyway, I'm just going to have my cup of tea and a bite to eat. I'll be back with you in 5 minutes.
Ryanair, low fares, made simple. Ryanair. Low fares, made simple.
Okay folks, a very good evening once again to each and every one of you who's still on board. It's lovely to have you all with us. So at the moment we are in Perugia and we're about to do leg 5 of our 6 legs today, and so this is our penultimate one, penultimate flight. So we're flying from Perugia to Lamezia, domestic flight within Italy, flight FR1695. Estimated flight time is going to be 1 hour and 20 minutes, cruising altitude 37,000 feet. Our route takes us out of Perugia, heading down toward the west, to the east of Rome, continuing south, where we'll pass over the somewhere, because I clicked on the wrong flight plan. There we go, I've clicked on the right one now. So I was looking at it, I'm thinking, that's a funny flight plan, that basically takes us back to Sicily, and then I just realised I've been reading the one for the flight from Sicily to Perugia, the one that we've just done, so sorry about that, my bad. So this flight, we are flying Perugia to Lamezia. Our route takes us down to the south of Italy, skirting the east of Rome. We fly overhead Naples, then over the Gulf of Naples, continuing south, and then beginning our descent into Lamezia. The weather down there is not too bad at the moment. It's a temperature of 14 degrees with fairly brisk easterly winds at about 12 knots, a few clouds here and there, but overall not looking too bad. Like I say, estimated flight time is going to be 1 hour and 20 minutes, and we'll be cruising along at a lovely altitude of 37,000 feet. We're almost set up and ready to go. I'm just going to finish my sandwich and cup of tea. We will still get out fairly early. Our scheduled time of departure was meant to be 6:50, but we're going to be away a lot earlier than that. We'll probably be looking to depart in or around the next 10 to 15 minutes. Meanwhile, folks, I'm going to have my cup of tea and my sandwich, so I'll be back with you in about 5 or so minutes. Be right back. Right folks, back on, oops, just knocked my speaker over. Back on voice, and just getting the APU started. Seeing as we're doing an Italy flight, you're eating a bacon and chicken pasta with melted cheese. Very nice. Montebella. Well, actually, funny you say that, Alan, because yesterday I had spaghetti bolognese, extra mature cheese, garlic bread, and well, something totally un-Italian, but meringue, cream, and oranges. Very, very nice. Although I must say the meringues were a little out of date, but still tasted lovely. Right, let's get pushback then, shall we? Left, 0.
And ground, cockpit.
Go ahead, Captain.
We're all set to go up here. We've been cleared to push and start at your discretion.
Roger that, ready for push. Power and air are clear, doors closed, we are ready for pushback. Release parking brake, please.
What do you prefer, Alan? Do you prefer like pasta and that, or do you prefer rice dishes?
Okay, parking brake is off, cleared to push.
Gotta say, personally, I'm more of a pasta person. I like my Italian food quite a bit.
Brakes off, here we go.
Right, engine start sequence. Sequence engine 2 to engine 1, start number 2. Fuel it. Let's pop out to the nose view. Yeah, same here. Pasta every day of the week. Good start on engine number 2, start number 1. It's not, I don't know what it is. I've never been a massive kind of rice fan. Even if it's with like a curry or anything like that, I've just never been keen on it. The only thing rice I like, apart from maybe chicken tikka masala, but it's got to be a kind of a nice one. It's probably rice pudding, to be honest. But, aye. Right, good start on engine 1 as well. It's looking good. Generators on, APU off, start switches continuous, packs and circuit fans auto, flaps 5, TCAS set, full left, full right, forward, perfect. Right, taxi. Taxi to runway 01. Perugia traffic, Ryanair 1965, taxi holding point runway 0. Taxi lights on. Actually, I'm just going to leave the taxi light off till we've exited the floodlit part of the apron.
Welcome on board this Ryanair flight. May we have your attention while we point out some of the safety features on this Boeing 737-800 aircraft. Please remove headphones during this demonstration. There are 8 emergency exits, each marked with a red exit sign. Footpath markings along the cabin aisle will illuminate in darkness and guide you to the nearest exit in an emergency. There are 4 main doors, 2 at the front of the cabin, 1 left and 1 right, and 2 at the rear of the cabin, 1 left and 1 right. There are 4 overwing exits in the center of the cabin, 2 left and 2 right. Please note the nearest exit to you, which may be behind you. To fasten your seatbelt, insert the metal end into the buckle. To secure, pull on the loose end of the strap, and to open lift the buckle cover. In the event of a sudden loss of cabin pressure, individual oxygen masks will drop automatically from the panel above your head. If this happens, remain seated. Pull down firmly on the mask to start the flow of oxygen. Place the mask over your nose and mouth and breathe normally. Don't worry if the bag does
Michael,
not
I can say that. Just like a mamma used to make. See, le spaghetti bolognese. Oh, I love cooking, mate. I love cooking. Namely his pasta sauces. Right, that's cool. Just finish the takeoff briefing. Hey, Bristol Cardiff Airport. Good evening, mate. How you doing?
Do not inflate your life jacket inside the cabin, as to do so will impede your exit. Further information may be found on the safety
Lovely to have you on
card
board, mate.
displayed within the area you are seated. Your captain invites
Right,
you
let's
to
go
read this
for
card
the,
carefully before departure. Please now ensure that your seatbelt is securely fastened. Tray table is in the upright and locked
Go for the before
position.
takeoff
Armrest
checklist.
down and window
Config.
blinds open. We recommend for your comfort and safety that you keep your seatbelt fastened throughout the flight. There is a call bell, reading light and fresh air vent in the panel
Config
above
checked,
your head.
recall
Portable
checked,
electronic
flight
devices
controls
such as
checked,
tablets and
Flaps
mobile
5 green
phones
light,
in
tail
flight
briefing
mode
reviewed.
may be used throughout
Cabin,
the flight.
just waiting for the
Please
cabin.
select flight mode now. Laptops must be stowed in cabin baggage under the seat in front of you or in the overhead locker for
Left's
taxis,
clear,
tables, and
right's clear, lining up.
We would like to remind you that smoking is not permitted. Thank you for your attention. Please sit back, relax, and enjoy your flight.
Cabin crew, seats for departure. Cabin is secure, behind the line. Start switches continuous. Main control panel set, transponder TARA. Landing and strobe lights are on. So, before takeoff checklist is complete and clear for takeoff, runway 01. Perugia traffic, Ryanair 1695, departing runway 01, Perugia. Right, 40%. Clocks. Toga. Okay, power set checked. .80 knots checked.
V1.
V1.
Rotate. V2.
Positive. Gear. Up and away. Right, speed check, flaps 2. Flaps 1. and flaps up. Command Alpha. meet me by the fridge. Ah, you'll be one of the ones stood on the aisle, Michael, looking at all the jars of pasta sauce. Hey, man. Now this is quite a funny departure out of Perugia because it basically takes you in a full loop and then back over the top of the airport just to avoid the surrounding terrain. Climbing flight level 370. Transition altitude. Pressure set standard. Brune, full throttle. I had a little bit of a derate there. We don't have that many passengers on board, so we can afford a derate. Flyby view. Okay, approaching 10,000. Lights off. And seatbelt signs are off. Direct to GTOD. After takeoff checklist, air conditioning pressurization set, start switches off, landing gear up and off, auto brake off, flaps up, no lights. Altimeter set to standard. After takeoff checklist is complete. Wonderful. You'll be able to see Perugia Airport just below us. There it is. That's where we've just departed from. It doesn't look like it, but it's there's a lot of high terrain around the airport. It's the reason the SID goes like that. You'll be the one shouting that LIBR responses. Yeah, man. I thought you would have gone for the Dolmio stuff myself, Mike. You know, the Dolmio's pasta, the lasagna, the white one, the bolognese one. It's lovely. So the airport we're flying to, everyone, Lamezia, has a nice 9,000 foot runway, but the approach to it is quite interesting too, because you're essentially approaching the airport in between two hills, so it makes for quite an exciting approach, to be honest. Will, Bristol Cardiff Airport, how's your day been, mate? You been working or been up to much? Been watching some of the movements up here and not had that much air traffic wise. It's been fairly quiet. E120. An Embraer 120 has made an emergency landing at Detroit Willow Run Airport in Michigan. Both pilot and co-pilot were able to exit the aircraft unharmed. Yeah, that's interesting. I forget who it was. Was it you, Michael, or Alan, who mentioned the other day about Bees Airlines in Ukraine? They've taken delivery of ex-Ukraine International 737-800 URPSC, and it's been re-registered as URUBA. So yeah, that looks interesting. Copy image address. I think I can copy image address. Should be able to see the image of there. That's Bees Airlines U737-800, but just next Ukraine International. It wasn't you. Okay, it wasn't you, Michael, it wasn't you, Alan. I can't remember who it was. Someone mentioned it on here the other day. I can't remember who. Bees Airlines. There's been a lot of new Ukrainian startups over the last few years. Still no Italian ATC on at the moment. Not even Eurocontrol. It's the one disappointing thing in Italy is it's mainly the north that gets the ATC. Rome even seldom gets ATC. I mean, you think we've been flying we've been flying on VATSIM pretty much all day, and in which time, apart from Round who was on earlier, when we departed Rome Ciampino Airport, there's been no other ATC at Rome. So it's a bit of a shame, to be honest. I think Italy is a brilliant place to fly. It's got some lovely airports and really unique places, but it's very let down by lack of ATC and even overhead control at times. It's, yeah. Right, let's get the ILS information ready for our next arrival. Lima, India, Charlie, Alpha. So we're expecting to land runway 10 with the, which approach is it? RNAV Yankee runway 10. Decision height is decision altitude 609. Runway course heading is 096. Who is the ex-Ukrainian national going to? It's going to Bees Airlines. Bees Airlines, Michael. It's basically a new startup. I don't know much more about them, to be honest. I only heard of them last week, so I'm not entirely sure, but they're getting a few X737 800s, so they're obviously pretty serious about their launch and everything. QNH 1014. Descent and forecast. Let's pop that final bit of information in. Okay, the frequency is 112.50. 112. Right, descent page. No. Bees. It's a new Ukrainian. It's a new Ukrainian startup. Bees. The John Neilman one, that's Breeze, but they're using embryos, aren't they? So yeah, a little bit different. Right, folks. Once we get up to our cruising altitude, I'm going to nip off for 5 minutes. I'm just going to go and get a quick shower. So I'm going to wait till we get to our cruise and. No. Bees. Not breeze. Bees. Brr. Bee. Right, that's us now. Okay, folks, I will be right back. I'll be back in about 5-10 minutes. Be right back. Okie dokie folks, I am back. Hello, hello, hello. So, we're just descending now into Lamezia, and we'll be landing in, yeah, in about 15 or so minutes, not long to go now. So the time we do this this final flight, we're going to be arriving a lot more ahead of schedule. Okie dokie folks, just descending down to 3,000 feet now, and landing in just a second. I'm making sure I've got all the charts and everything I need. Feet. Just got visual with the airport off to our, well, our 10 o'clock position. Speed check, flaps one. Flaps one. Spoilers armed. Green light. That's as established on the approach. Flaps 2. Flaps 5. $2,500. Speed's going back down nicely. Excellent. About 8 DME. Flaps 10. Crumbs, it's only shown one. It's only shown one viewer on YouTube. We've gone from, in the time since I've left to go and get my shower, we've gone from 9 viewers down to 1 single viewer. Dear me. Oh well. Right, autopilot disconnect.
$1,000.
Right, I have control.
Plus 100. Minimums.
Landing.
500. $50, $40, $30, $20, $10.
Ladies and gentlemen, but for now, please remain seated in your seatbelt fastened until the aircraft has come to a complete stop. The fasten seatbelt sign has been switched off for you, and the main doors at the front has been opened.
Trying to get that first high-speed exit, couldn't quite make it. Yeah, well. Welcome to Lamezia.
If you're seeking car hire, we guarantee you the lowest prices online. If you find it cheaper anywhere else, we will refund you double the difference. For more offers, new routes, hotel accommodation, business class.
318. Oh, that's hard, Alan. That is hard. Yeah. Yeah, we're down. It's just that final phase on the approach didn't go too well, but not to worry, we made it.
Wishing you a safe onward journey or a pleasant stay in the local area. Thank you.
I was hoping to try and get off at the previous high-speed exit, but we didn't quite make it, so... not to worry. We tried. We failed. APU start. Well, this is the penultimate flight, so we'll get on to stand and get ready for our final flight of this evening. Hopefully we will be arriving a lot earlier than what the schedule is in the description, as we've managed to save some time on all our flights today. So should be looking good for the next one. Did you end up doing another flight, Alan, to New York, or did you ditch that idea in the end? Right, we'll take the next stand number 4. Oh, you did Wharton to Akrotiri in the 7-3, I presume. Nice one. Cargo flight. Oh, you did end up doing another flight out. Excellent. Very, very good. Right, that's us on the stop mark. Minneapolis to John F. Kennedy. Awesome. Fantastic. Yeah, I was going to say that is a real-world flight as well. I've tracked it quite a few times. It's a nice one. West Atlantic. Operated for British Aerospace. Cabin crew, disarm doors for arrival and cross-check. Ladies and gents, welcome to Lamezia. Right, let's get ready for our next flight, which is the last one of the day. It's hard to believe it, but we've been live now for 7 hours and 41 minutes. Let's have a look on the outside. Let's get the doors and air stairs open. Right, next flight is gonna be... Actually, we'll just to the tower view. There we go. Right, file flight plan. 327, yeah, that was hard. Right, fuel and payload for the next one. Fuel's going to be 7,175. Payload is going to be 55.3. 62.4. Just change the information so you can all see our last flight. Call sign Ryanair 7 Lima Lima. Just log on to VATSIM. And let's get Pegasus started. There we go.
Ryanair. Low fares, made simple.
Back to Wharton tomorrow. Awesome. That is a cool flight. Do you have the West Atlantic livery for it as well? Oh, you can't get it for the Wilco 737, that's a shame. I do remember having difficulties getting the liveries for some of the ones I used as well. Lima India Charlie Alpha.
Ryanair. Low fares, made simple.
Hey, welcome back, Michael. Hello, mate. You do think you could fall up the air stairs? That's no bad thing, Nick. That's no bad thing, mate. As long as you didn't clonk your head as you're going up the stairs, then you're all good. So it looks like there's a few inbounds to Bergamo at the moment, so might have a little bit of traffic as we arrive. Yeah, I remember that now, yeah. Right, let's have a look at the wind. Wind is... (05010). Yep. Yeah, I'm exactly the same, Michael. Exactly the same. It's like you say. It's like me calling you Mike or Alan Al. Yeah. Unless you know the person and they don't mind it informally, then that's totally different. The other day I called you Wormtail. Oh dear. Right, let's have a look at the information. Lima India Mike Echo. I just need to get the star, and then we're good to go. Osbul to Echo. Take some and then there. Perfect.
Ryanair. Low fares, made simple. Wormtail. Oh dear. Terrible, terrible. Right, that's us almost set up. Well, I'm gonna have to go downstairs and get another cider, folks. I'm starting to flag a little bit now. Been live on YouTube for 7 hours and 50 minutes, just coming up to a grand total of 8 hours now, so definitely starting to feel a little bit tired.
You'll allow it, Michael. Thank you, mate. Oh dear. That was your punishment for the disaster. Oh yeah, the time wind. Actually, we'll forget about that. Dear. Okay, folks. Very good evening to each and every one of you. Once again, and for the 6th and final time today, it's my pleasure to welcome you on board our last leg, flight FR 5293 from Lamezia all the way to Milan, Bergamo Airport. Our estimated flight time for this final flight today is going to be 1 hour and 45 minutes, cruising at an altitude of 40,000 feet. Our route takes us out of Lamezia, heading up through the Tyrrhenian Sea. We'll pass over Naples, then to the east of Rome, continuing north where we'll pass over Florence. Then just before we reach Parma, we'll begin our descent just to the west of Bologna. Then we expect a straight-in approach into Bergamo. As I say, estimated flight time is 1 hour and 45 minutes. The weather in Bergamo at the moment isn't too bad. Light easterly winds, very clear conditions at the moment, not much cloud about. Temperature of 7 degrees. So that's pretty much it really. We're all ready to go. We're all set up and ready. As the flight schedule says, we're meant to be departing at 8:35. That's obviously not going to happen. We're going to be departing quite a bit earlier than that. So we're expecting to depart in about 10 minutes time, which will put us about 30 minutes ahead of schedule. And we don't have that many passengers on board this evening, in fact, so as you can see, there's plenty of room in the cabin, so we're going to try and get away a little bit earlier if ATC allows, which today it will, because there's none of it. Anyway folks, that's all from me. Sit back, relax, enjoy the flight, and we will have you on your way to Milan very soon. Exactly, Michael. Some of us have poor memories. I know you didn't hear worm music. I know you didn't. No. There's no ill will, no bad intent, none of that at all. Right. Like I said, oh, my mouse on my laptop has just died. Oh dear. Right, I'm just going to quickly go and grab another drink, folks. I'll be right back. We'll be pushing back in about another 6 minutes, so we've got another 6 or so minutes to go. And this will be the last flight of the day. It's the longest flight as well. I say about an hour and 45 minutes, so yeah, it should be good. Anyway, I'll be right back.
Okie dokie folks, I'm back. What's going on in the chat? Yeah, oh, you've just landed in JFK. Wormtail's a character in Harry Potter. I never knew that. Never ever knew that, Alan. Yep, same here, Michael. I'm in the same boat, mate. Do you know what the funny part is? They filmed part of Harry Potter at Alnwick Castle, which you might or might not know, Alan. But they filmed part of it just along from where I live, and I can still remember it being, you know, filmed and everything. And yet the funny part is that I've got like zero interest in it. I've never had any interest in Harry Potter, even though sometimes when I mention where I live, people are like, "Oh, that's where it was filmed," and this, that, and the other. I'm like, yeah, but I have zero. I have zero interest in it. Sorry, mate. Really sorry. Two hours 22 minutes from Minneapolis to JFK. Not bad at all. Right, let's get going. We're gonna get in nice and early. So engine start on stand 54.30. JK Rowling's. Oh, aye, the series of mystery ones. Yeah, aye. Same here. Right, starting number 2. Starting engine number 2. Initial climb. Just not dropped a point in mastermind general knowledge. Yeah, it's a good one for their you know, for a quiz or something, for a pub quiz, Nick. So it's a good one. Start engine number 1. It's 8 o'clock in the UK, and yet there's virtually still no ATC online for Italy. It's crazy. It's so quiet. Good start on both engines, generators on, APU off, start switch is continuous, circ fans and packs auto. Full down. Yeah, but that's what I was saying, is it's a shame because they've got so many good airports. Lamezia traffic, Ryanair 7 Lima Lima, taxiing runway 28. Taxi light is on.
this Ryanair flight. May we have your attention while we point out some of the safety features on this Boeing 737-800 aircraft. Please remove headphones during this demonstration.
Nothing even in Milan, Michael. Not a sausage.
Each marked with a red exit sign. Four-path markings along the cabin aisle will illuminate in darkness and guide you to the nearest exit in an emergency. There are 4 main doors, 2 at the front of the cabin, 1 left and 1 right, and 2 at the rear of the cabin, 1 left and 1 right. There are 4 overwing exits in the center of the cabin, 2 left and 2 right. Please note the nearest exit to you, which may be behind you. To fasten your seatbelt, insert the metal end into the buckle. To secure, pull on the loose end of the strap, and to open, lift the buckle cover. In the event of a sudden loss of cabin pressure, individual oxygen masks will drop automatically from the panel above your head. If this happens, remain seated. Pull down firmly on the mask to start the flow of oxygen. Place the mask over.
I remember previously, Alan, when I used to control, I don't know why, but no, not just that, mate. Even in terms of the amount of people that are part of the Italian virtual air traffic control system, there always seems to be very few online anyway. You know, just full stop. I think they always had one of the lowest ratios of active controllers on the network. Don't know why, just always seemed to have had for years, but it's weird.
Further information may be found on the safety card, which is displayed within the area you are seated. Your captain invites you to read this card carefully before departure. Please now ensure that your seatbelt is securely fastened, tray table is in the upright and locked position, armrests down and window blinds.
You're keeping your headphones in. What a rebel. What a rebel. Kick him off the flight.
There is a call bell, reading light and fresh air vent in the panel above your head. Portable electronic devices such as tablets and mobile phones in flight mode may be used throughout the flight. Please select flight mode now. Laptops must be stowed in cabin baggage under the seat in front of you or in the overhead locker for taxi, takeoff and landing. We would like to remind you that smoking is not permitted. Thank you for your attention. Please sit back, relax and enjoy your flight.
Cabin crew, seats for departure. So before takeoff checklist, just run through that final part. Start switches continuous, MCP set, transponder TAR8, landing strobe lights are on. Before takeoff checklist complete, cliff takeoff, let's go. Toga. Okay, power is set, checked. 80 knots, checked.
V1.
V1.
Rotate. V2.
Positive rate. Gear up. Flaps 1. Command Alpha. Flaps up. Oh, I love that sound. What a sound. Right, climbing flight level 400. Slight shortcut. Get on the PA and shame him. These type of impromptu days are... Ah, that's good, mate. That's good. Like I say, it all depends on the way the weather's going and which way the wind's blowing. Oh man, this is the one thing I love. The last flight of the day, you get to use full power and then full reverse thrust on landing. Win-win. Transition altitude. Pressure set standard. $10,000 VNAV. Well, better get the last of the information put on. So, runway course heading. Course heading is 284. QNH is going to be... Oh, Milano has just come on. Milano control 127.45. So we're will have some ATC at last. Yeah, no worries, yeah, Worm. See you shortly, mate. Take care. See you shortly. Once we get up to our cruising altitude, I'm gonna pop off for about 20-30 minutes before we get ATC, just to finish listening to a podcast, which I started listening to halfway through our previous flight. So I'm gonna finish off the podcast I was listening to. See you soon, mate. Take care. Right, QNH at Bergamo. QNH is 1016. Station altitude is 990. Right folks, I'm going to pop off voice for a little bit. I'm going to finish listening to this podcast. I'll be back on probably just after 8:30 before we get our next lot of ATC. So I'll be back with you all very shortly. Ryanair 7 LIBR-LIBR, flight level 400.
Ryanair 7 LIBR-LIBR Milano, ciao, radar contact. Oswald 1 Golf arrival, LS Zulu, inspect vectors. 1 ready, descent flight level 150.
That's great, thanks. Oswald 1 Golf, LS Zulu 28, when ready, descent flight level 150, Ryanair 7 LS Zulu, runway 28, Oswald.
Radar, good evening, is our 191, climb 154 with you.
191, squawk 1000.
1000, is our 191.
Hey, no worries, Michael. You disappeared for an unplanned Eurovision stream. Good old Eurovision. Well, you joined at a perfect time because we've got ATC now. Right.
191, contact Adria 130, decimal 000, ciao.
Need to put some more information in for the descent page.
Ciao.
Milano, November 616 Romeo Fox, at holding position Kilo, runway 22, ready for departure, and next waypoint will be Soave. 616 Romeo Fox, road clear for takeoff runway 22, the wind is 0705 knots, left after departure, the airport Soave, 2000. Roger, clear for takeoff runway 22, then left to Soave, we will report on the fix. November 616 Romeo Fox.
Just been cleared to descend down to flight level 150 when we're ready. 150. Yeah, piped out, you know I love you. I know you do, mate. I know you do. Sad the UK won't be joining at this yet. I don't think that's a sad thing at all. It's probably a blessing in disguise. At least now, the good thing is now we know who's not going to be knocked out in the first couple rounds of Eurovision, which is great.
Level 100, Acado 5 Lima, standard departure.
0574 Milano, ciao, squawk 5465.
Milano, radar, buonasera, Mediterraneo 0574.
Mediterraneo 0574 Milano, ciao, squawk 5465. Fox, if at flight at 57.
Second is Milano, November 616 Fox.
667 Foxtrot, airborne at 57, airport Soave.
Roger, we're airport over Soave, November 616 Fox.
Just in the turkey. The UK won't win, but we're just following in the Irish footsteps. It's always a case of... It's always a case of anything you can do, I can do better. Yeah,
L194 Whisker and Foxtrot, stand by for descent. We are above minimum correction on minimum sector at the Scoli Vecchia White. Carux 37 after Milano shower is at contact and be descent flight plan.
Can you check that the platform is okay?
Now it's okay. 374 Alpha is the Dina to wide arrival and it's Zulu run 35 right.
735 right and say the arrival again please for me 37 Alpha.
Rixuf to Echo.
After our 12 to Poland.
One X-ray arrival, previous 37 Alpha.
Negative, Rixuf to Echo arrival.
Rixuf to Echo arrival, previous 37 Alpha.
Fox, turn left ID 190.
190, okay, position up, do you want me to direct
390 rating, Unica 1 to decimal 8, bye-bye. To jet 390, Unica 1 to 2 decimal 8, bye-bye.
That's a very easy question.
Airbus 37 Alpha 18 flight level 130, I'll call you back for further descent.
I think that's 130 and they want us direct into Rixuf now, Airbus 37 Alpha.
Continue now direct F here.
Direct F here, Airbus 37 Alpha.
Yeah, exactly the same here, Alan. Exactly the same. It was almost getting to the point where it was predictable who was going to win. I lost interest in it years ago, and I forget who it was. Oh, it was one of the. Which country was it again?
Center, fraction 67, can I switch to backplane in order to get my approach?
67, you've got the handoff in 1 minute.
Oh, Ryder Airlines, nice one, man. Nice one.
Milano Buonasera, Alpine 67 uniform Romeo.
Victor Romeo 7, Victor Romeo Milano, ciao, radar contact, Devox 2 Echo arrival, adesso Zulu 35 right. Airport ready 27.
The Devox 2 Echo 35 right, quick descent, Alpine 67 Victor Romeo.
for your control, traction 67.
You don't take it seriously who wins, Michael. Now, Michael, I'm going to ask you a question, okay? Do you like playing Monopoly?
Ryanair 194 Foxtrot to turn left heading 100 degrees, sunset level 110.
Descent 110, heading 110. Okay, 37 Alpha confirmed, we are expecting it will be runway 31 right.
31 Alpha 35 right, and you can now descend 6,000 feet to Malta, circulation 10.
Plane landing tax. I hope so, Alan.
35 right, and this will 6,000 feet.
Belarusians, a bit like the Ukrainians, are pretty hardy. You do like Monopoly, okay?
100, Petrol 270 with you.
Italy 100 Milano, ciao, radar contact, Rixuf 2 arrival Zulu 35 right, when ready, descend flight level 150.
So the reason I ask, right, regarding Monopoly is this, that I liken it a bit like Monopoly, is that it's about... it's a bit like, you know, that competition, that spirit of competition, you know, and if you haven't got that, then it's pointless being part of it, you know. If you're not in to play the game, then, you know, it's pointless having the game in the first place. That's what I would liken it to. It's like, over the years, right, I've made a lot of enemies out of very, very good friends just because of playing Monopoly. Now, I love Monopoly, and, you know, to my way of thinking, you either win Monopoly or you don't. You know, it's very, very simple. And yet some people I've played with over the years have like gone, hey, you're ultra competitive. I'm like, well, there's no point in playing if you're not playing to win, you know, so... Oh, I know you were joking, Alan. I know you were joking. Maybe the latter.
Flight level 250. 250 Alpine.
I knew you were joking.
Victory.
I didn't...
Milano, November 616, Rome Foxtrot verso Ave, we are estimating Grisignano at 15.
In positive news, I've got a...
16, Fox Cagliari.
I've got a FedEx MD-11, which is just flying overhead from Cologne to Indianapolis. So, yeah. Oh, Nick, thank you very much, mate. That's very, very kind of you, mate. It's been, honestly, you know, that's extremely kind of you, mate. Thank you. It's been lovely to have you and everyone on board as part of it. I know you've had a day off, so it's been lovely to have you on. Thanks very much, mate. Really appreciate that. Yeah, I've just had a FedEx MD-11 go over. Now got a FedEx 777. FedEx 777-200 freighter, flying from Cologne to Memphis. So we've got Cologne, Indianapolis, Cologne to Memphis. Oh, the sound of a 777 overhead is just... Oh no, I know it wasn't aimed at me. Oh, no.
Radar, buonasera, Alitalia Interferenza with you, flight level 270.
You know what I'm like, mate, just...
Alpha Delta Milano, ciao, radar contact, Rixur 2 Echo, arrival, ILS Zulu 35 right.
Rixur 2 Echo, arrival, ILS Zulu 35 right, Alitalia Alpha Delta. We request vectors for final.
Delta copied on the Sunflower 150.
Send 150, Alitalia Alpha Delta, thank you. Alitalia 100, ready for descent and request vectors for final, if it's possible, thank you.
00, yes, I already told you the Sunflower 150, I'll call you back for full.
150, Alitalia 100.
Milano radar, good evening, Aerowings 4182, overhead moving up at level 370.
Right heading 250.
We're blocked.
Calix 37 Alpha, descend 5,000 feet, turn right heading 250 base.
Right heading 250 and descending 5,000 feet, Calix 37 Alpha.
Desertion calling, go ahead.
Aerowings 4182, overhead Udina, flight level 370.
Aerowings 4182, Milano, ciao, buonasera, radar contact, welcome on board, continue as fine.
Oh, I can just...
1002, Unicom 122.8.
I can just hear that 777 going on.
Ciao, grazie.
Air 1 for Foxtrot, you can now descend 6,000 feet and turn right heading 285, clear for the LS to wind.
285, ready, 6,000.
Oh, that's interesting. There's another Ryanair just about to land into...
Carbox 37 Alpha, continue right heading 320, clear for the LS 35 right, report established.
Right 320, clear by LS runway 35 right, report established, Carbox 37 Alpha.
Line 1, correction 6, Victor Romeo, continue sunset level 150 and direct Mike Charlie 541.
Direct Mike Charlie 541, and that's 14. Alpine 6 and Victor Romeo.
R7 Lima, continue descent flight level 110.
Continue descent flight level 110 in S7 Lima. Right, continue descent.
Italia 100, so confirm you're unable to follow the star.
Confirm.
Confirm that, Alitalia 100.
Okay, Italia 100, turn left heading 110, expect descent flight level 100.
Left 110, expect descent at level 100, Alitalia 100.
Carbox 37 Alpha established.
37 Alpha, continue after 1.
Continue, Carbox 37 Alpha.
Italia 8 Alpha Delta, speed 250 knots or less, continue descent flight level 110.
You're on the apple juice, mate. Michael, if you're on the apple juice, then it's going to be a quick round, isn't it? I'll have 10 lemonades and 6 apple juices, please. In fact, actually, make 4 of them with shots of vodka as well.
100, I see you're not stirring, no problem. Continue present heading, expedite descent 6,000 feet, Malpensa 1016.
Expect descent in natural Malpensa 1016, 100.
Alphabet 2007, contact Munchen radar 134, 150, bye bye.
Munchen.
Munchen.
Mission Advance Report, it's 150. Right, Travel 2007. Ciao, grazie. Ciao.
UPS 74.
Ryanair correction 194 Foxtrot, clear for the LS-028, airport established.
Oh yeah, UPS 214. I think he'll go over. Yeah.
Milano, good evening, Bravo Kilo. I think over you, Furful 273, climbing 360.
Bravo Kilo, Roma Tango Milano, ciao, radar contact, left direct Lagen.
Left direct Lagen, Bravo Kilo, Roma Tango.
Correction Italia 8 Alpha Delta, expedite descent.
Expedite descent, Italia Alpha Delta, and maintain 250.
250 knots, confirmed, and heading 140.
That UPS 74 looks like it'll go over your way.
250 knots and heading 140 for Italia Alpha Delta.
And a Capri Sun chaser.
Sono 3 Lima with you, direct signal, flight 100.
Delta 3 Delta Lima Milano, ciao, radar contact, continue climb 380.
Good old pint of Newcastle brown ale, why not?
Continue climb flight level 380, sono 3 Delta Lima.
I think 214 go over Newcastle and then yeah, I think he's on a different track to the FedEx, so he'll go over yours, but probably not mine, so.
Milano, November 660, Rome Foxtrot over Gredignano, next will be Padova East, estimated at 20.
616 from Fox, copied, report, confirm you want to enter Venice CTR.
Roger, we'll call you back before entering in Venice City, November 616 on Fox.
What should we expect late landing clearance?
Region Alpha, yes, and you're now clear to land 35 right, wind is calm.
Okay, expecting late landing clearance, previous Region Alpha.
Region Alpha, you're clear to land 35 right, wind is calm.
Clear to land 35 right, Region Alpha.
Italy 100, turn left, heading 010 degrees, left 010.
Left 010 degrees, Italy 100.
Cabin crew,
Italy
10
8 Alpha Delta, right heading 170.
Right 170, for Alpha Delta, Alpha Delta.
8 Alpha Delta, continue descent, flight level 80.
You fly more than I do.
And continue descent 8,000 feet, Italy Alpha Delta.
7 Lima Lima, continue descent 6,000 feet, Bergamo QNH 1016.
6,1016, right, 7 Lima Lima.
Milano, good evening, Eurowings 22 Alpha, flight level 320 overhead, Meg Air.
22 Alpha Milano, ciao, radar contact, direct Lamezia.
Just repeat the direct, Eurowings 22 Alpha.
You are clear direct Abisi.
Direct Abasi, Eurowings 22 Alpha.
Alpine 67 Victor Romeo, continue descend level 80 and report indicated airspeed, please.
Descend 80 and repeat last instruction.
Report your indicated airspeed.
We're 250 knots.
67 Victor Romeo, copy, thank you.
Milano, Red 106, Malay 125, let's fly level 380.
May 125 Milano, ciao, radar contact.
Oh yeah, you saw my post hours ago.
37 Alpha, the case ground base, you are right.
Ah, good stuff, mate. Good stuff.
Ground 1219, ciao.
Hope you had a nice flight.
1219, thank you, bye-bye.
Yeah, posted this just about 11 o'clock.
Italia, Alpha Delta reaching Stansted-Budapest.
Italbert 60001016.
6000 km 1016, flight Italia, Alpha Delta.
Italia 100, present heading, clear the LS-35 right, report established.
Present heading, clear the LS-35 right, report established, Alitalia 100.
But yeah, it's been a good day, really good day flying, to be honest. So, and if you look at the schedule, in the description, we were supposed to be landing into Bergamo at 10:10, but we're going to be landing nearly 45 minutes early. So, yeah. Alan phoned ahead and got the Guinness on ice. Actually, I do, tell you what, I do like you've got to be over it. I do like Desperados. Desperados is quite nice.
Radar, good evening, Swiss Air 1733 with you, flight level 320, approaching Ibrid.
Sir 1733 Milano, ciao, radar contact, direct PEPAC.
Direct PEPAC, CC 17, Swiss 173.
Orange juice. Orange juice with extra lime.
350 Alpine, 6 of Victor Romeo.
Runner 7, LIBR-LIME, turn left heading 100, correction right 100.
Right heading 100, right assembly.
Runner 1 Runner 4 Foxtrot, clear to land runway 28, the wind is calm.
Milano, November 616, Roman Fox, over Padova.
I don't know why he's just done this.
Venice CTR, next will be Porto di Malamocco, estimated in at 27.
See that Ryanair there?
6 Fox, clear to enter the CTR, report your next.
We're going to be perfectly aligned with him, and now he's
Porto di Malamocco, estimated
broke us off the line.
so at 27.
6 Fox, copy, report.
Hey, hello Rob, how are you doing, mate? That was so annoying. We were getting some good momentum on the arrival there, and he's just given us a heading. So annoying. You're on the JD whiskey, nice. Orange juice and a bag of chips, champion. Right, assembly LIBR-LIME ready for base.
LIBR-LIME, turn base left heading 010.
Heading 010, right, assembly LIBR-LIME.
Italia 100, establish left runway 35 right, 35 right.
100, copy, keep 180 knots until 70 min, continue approach.
180 knots and continue approach, Italia 100.
Italia 8 Alpha Delta, right, heading 320, clear for the LS-35 right, report established, maintain a speed approach.
You'll be off work soon.
Right, heading 0 and clear the LS-35 right, maintain a speed.
Alpine 6, Victor Romeo, descend 6,000 feet, speed 220 knots.
6,220 knots for the present heading. Alpine 6 and Victor Romeo. Milano, good evening, Coach Charlie Kilo Charlie, flight level 380.
Echo Charlie Kilo Charlie, correction, Echo Charlie Kilo Lima Charlie, Milano Charlie dal contact.
Please, I need to send. Please.
Alpha Delta, can you confirm heading 340?
No.
320, right to 320 to intercept.
Just fly any heading you want.
Intercept, Italia, Alpha Delta, thank you.
Victory 8 Alpha Delta, please high speed approved and speed 240 until you can.
High speed 240 in approach, Victory 8 Alpha Delta.
I was so looking for. Do you know this is the other thing, right? I complained before about there being no ATC on. You get ATC on.
Lima Charlie Milano, you're cleared to Saronno to Papa, Island Zulu 35 right, report ready for descent.
You get ATC on, and then it's just it's so underwhelming.
Lima Charlie cleared to Saronno to Papa, arrival Island Zulu 35 right.
Saronno to Papa, runway 3522, Echo Charlie, Lima Charlie.
Can I 7 Lima Lima request for the descent?
7 Lima Lima, 5000 left, 320, cleared LS, Zulu 328.
5,000 feet, 320 degrees, cleared ILS to it. Thanks, right, 7 Lima Lima.
Welcome, sir.
Hey, right.
905 now, loud and clear, welcome aboard, climb flight level 380.
I really wanted ATC today. I really wanted it. But, like, to me, if you're going to control, try and make it a bit realistic, and the separation between me and that other Ryanair initially was just perfect. And then he just went and gave me a rubbish heading for no reason, which I just don't understand. It's like, why did you do it? Right, localise it. So he's vacated now and we're still at 5,000 feet.
For Fox, welcome to Bergamo, stand to your choice, John.
Yeah, stand to your choice.
Okay, Alpine 67, Victor, due to traffic, we need to do a 360 here, so please left heading 270 to 360.
Okay, left 270 then, Alpine 67 Victor Romeo.
Intercepting local line 35 right.
Yeah, there are. There absolutely are. To my way of thinking, when you're sequencing traffic like that.
Approach number 1, break Italia 100, cleared to left 35 right, speed is calm.
Clear to left 35 right, Italia 100.
Yeah, you know what they say, it is what it is. Anyway, hey Oliver, welcome mate, how are you doing? I just noticed your comment there. You got a new car, Skoda Fabia, nice one. What reg is your Skoda, if you don't mind me asking? I went for a Skoda last year and I've got to say they're good cars, like, much better than the...
Continue, left heading 3, correction, left heading 030, clear for the LS 35 right, report established.
Much better than the first generation.
2,500.
35 right, good established.
Get down.
Alpine 67 Victor Romeo.
Charlie, Lima Charlie, request to stop out 5 minutes.
Lima Charlie, copy, report back.
Right, it's 7 Lima Lima, fully established ILS to it.
Lima Lima, clear to land, wait, wind is calm.
Clear land to it, like 7 Lima Lima.
Milano, ciao, Saronno to Papa, arrival LS Zulu 35 right. Negative 35 right.
I know, that's the daft thing, isn't it? Yeah, it's a daft thing.
Italia 142, flight level 360, inbound rota.
It's so changeable.
Yes, boarding flight level 170, one ready, descent flight level 170.
Okay, landing checklist, start switches, continuous, recall, check, speed brake armed, green lights, landing gear down, 3 greens, flaps 30, green light, landing lights are on, landing checklist complete.
1,000.
Checked.
Bravo, Kilo Romeo Tango, Milano.
Bravo, Kilo Romeo Tango, go ahead.
Contact Padova 13, correction 125, 475, ciao.
135 to 475, thanks, ciao. Bravo, Kilo Romeo Tango.
My 125, contact Padova 125, 475, ciao.
125.75, Malay 125.
Eco Lima Charlie, Padova 125, 475, ciao.
Plus 100.
I have control. And
345,
landing.
Milano, contact Padova 125, 475.
Minimums.
125.
Italia 130, contact ground 1219er, ciao.
1219er, bye bye.
50.
Italia 8 Alpha Delta, clear
30,
to land 35
20.
right.
Triple line 35 right, Cagliari, Alpha Delta.
Eurowings 4182, request descent.
Wings 4182, contact Marseille, navigate to the frequency in 1 second. Marseille 124650, ciao.
124.650, thanks for the service, Eurowings 4182, bye bye.
Also now please remain seated in the seatbelts fastened until the aircraft has come to a complete stop. The fasten seatbelt sign has been switched off for you, and the main doors of the front has been opened. Please be careful if you open your head lockers. Items of your carry-on luggage may have moved during the flight for lockdown considerations. If you smoke, please refrain from doing so until you
Ryanair 7 Lima Lima vacated takeoff.
If you're seeking car high, we're guarantee you...
November 660 Foxtrot is at your discretion. There is Padova if you want to contact or remain called on Unicom. Padova for your information is 125475. Ciao.
Finally, on behalf of the captain and the first officer, everybody on Ryanair, but especially on board crew, we would like to thank you for having to send the flight with us.
Ciao.
It's been a pleasure taking care of you, and we hope to see you very soon in another Ryanair flight. Wishing you a safe homeward journey or a pleasant stay in the local areas. Thank you.
Ryanair 7 Lima Lima vacated to it.
Sorry, Lima, welcome to Bergamo, stand to your choice.
Stand of choice, thanks Ryanair 7 Lima Lima, grazie mille, ciao.
Ciao, grazie.
Okay, doesn't look like he's got the same scenery. 9-hour stint, yeah, it's some stint, you're not kidding there. Minus 212, perfect, perfect. Yeah, this is the last one. We've been live all day, so this will do us for today.
Alpine 67 Victor Romeo, fully established, 35 right,
Oh,
9.
that isn't going to work. Whoop.
67 Victor Romeo, continue approach number 2.
Continue approach number 2, Alpine 67 Victor Romeo.
Italia 8 Alpha Delta, left to vacate, ground at 19.
I thought that one was an actual stand. Turns out it isn't. Whoopsies.
Left in the contact ground 121.9. Thank you very much for your service. Bye bye.
Correction Alpine 67 Victor Romeo, clear to land 35 right, wind 010 for knots.
Clear to land 35 right, Alpine 67 Victor Romeo.
Don't worry, nobody's watching.
We're trying to get back to position.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. You never know when they're going to want you either. That's the problem. Sorry, company Ryanair. I did want to park next to you, but I got a bit sidetracked.
Echo Lima Charlie, contact Palo on 25475, ciao.
Cabin crew, disarm doors for arrival and cross-check. Ladies and gents, welcome to Bergamo, where we've landed 40 minutes ahead of schedule. Thanks very much, Alan. Yeah, Michael, I'm shattered now. Pilot fatigue. I honestly thought it was a stand next to where he was, but there wasn't, so... ah well. Could be worse, you know, could be worse. I could have crashed into him, which the company definitely would not have liked. You saw nothing. Exactly. What you don't see can't hurt you. This will be put under the carpet, all traces of the aircraft. Yeah, it's been a fun day. We've been live now for 9 hours and 42 minutes. If we kept going for another like 20 minutes, that would be 10 hours. So, whew, crazy. Anyway, folks, thank you all so much for watching today's live stream. It's been an absolute pleasure to have each and every one of you on board. Those of you who've been with us for the long haul today, Alan Scott, Michael Forbes, Nicholas, been great to have you on board as well, mate, and joshbosh.uk, who was on earlier. It's alright, we won't talk about you much. Thanks, Rob. Love you too, mate. Love you too. It's reciprocal. But yeah, thank you all so much for watching. Ian Aviation, great to have you with us too, mate. At the end, thank you all so much. If you play an Infinite Flight, you can part on top of other planes. Even better. You see? Eh, dear. Well, folks, it's been great fun today. Not sure when the next live stream will be. I can honestly say, though, there will be some members exclusive content coming out tomorrow, so to all of you DR channel members, keep an eye out for tomorrow and on our WhatsApp group, because I've got some very exciting content, new content, to share with you all tomorrow. So stay tuned for that. Take care of yourselves, everyone. See you in the next live stream. Stay safe, take care, and thanks for watching. Good night, everyone. Bye bye.